controversial idea. If the government is succeeding using propaganda, like our parents wanakuwa easily swayed by propaganda ya government, probably by saying things and that our parents wana easily like wako easily swayed na wana believe fast. So if the government is saying something, probably we can also create counter propaganda that we know will sway our parents back. Thank you and have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you so much. Let's have the next speaker, please. Prime, you can go. Prime Kashata. Prime, are you there? Okay, as Prime regains, let's have Chebo Keyo.
Lee, you're pronouncing my name ni kama unijui. How are you? How's everybody on the space? I hope mnaendelea vizuri. I hope you're doing
So
well.
sorry.
Okay, so it's been
Guys, can I interrupt you here? Kuna unaitwa Charlie Low, MC NIS engineering alafu tena law blah blah blah. Charlie Low, kindly, are you not an NIS operative? Please, madam. Well, your bio in a screen red flag. Financial dependence, photography, engineering law. But with the long space.
Niliona jana I think they've been mentioned, a couple of them, and hata amedrop or something. I think amekuwa hapa amedrop. So as I was saying, I have listened to the speakers that have been there, and I agree with what the speakers have said. Let's make the ground very, very hostile for our MPs. Kesho niko ground, for example, kama kesho sasa niko ground na MP wangu. We were going to meet, atuambie what it is that he wants from us, what it is that he wants to do, what he's not been doing. So kesho tuko na yeye, tuko sako kwa bako, tutawapatia ripoti. Watu wa Keo South, kama uko hapa na uwe ni mtu wa Keo South, tupatane kesho Flospa. Asubuhi na mapema, we have to hold our MP very, very much accountable for what they do, because they cannot be coming to apologize on Twitter after not listening to us. We cannot keep, farming this behavior of MPs doing what they want, or representatives doing what they want, and then coming to say, we work for a particular government. Kama my MP, I think a vendetta against him because of how he's very tribal. Or let us protect the government. I mean, government ikona military, ikona everything. Why do we need to protect the government that is supposed to be protecting us? Why do we need to protect the government? The government is supposed to be doing everything possible in its power to make sure that we as the citizens are comfortable. And so we have to go and have that conversation. And if you're from my my constituency, that is Keo South, please kesho tokea. We have to go and have that conversation. I will be there. We will be there on the ground. To our fallen soldiers, rest in peace to them. Very condolences to everybody who's lost a loved one. I wish everybody who's still in hospital a quick recovery, and wenye hawajapatikana, let's continue spreading the word to find them. What next after this? We are saying Ruto must go, but we also need to ensure that we raise our voices to continue talking about things like IBC, to continue talking about things like, firing incompetent cabinet secretaries, advisors, all that. There should be a complete overhaul of this system, of the government. And this can only be done by us. So fuel your rage. Do not stop. do not relent. Usikae chini ufeel ni kama we've stopped. No. If you feel that your anger has diminished, rudi enda uangalie hizo videos that those kids that have been shot, videos of people crying and talking about how they have lost their loved ones. Go back there. Even just go back to yourself and ask yourself, how is life right now for you? That will give you the anger that you need to fuel yourself. I I I can tell you for a fact we need to continue doing this because this president that we have, tukimpatia chance, my God, people will go missing. And that is a fact. And we all know. And I've seen Kimuzi talking about it. If we do not act right now, we are the ones who are going to suffer. So please, guys, take back our power. Let's do everything that we need to do to take back our power. And people of Keo South, kesho, asubuhi na mapema, Flospa, tupatane huko. I will be there. We need to have a conversation with our MP. And everybody else, when you're in a position to have a conversation with your MP, please have a conversation. You know what I mean by a conversation? It's just not, it means a proper conversation to know, to account for every single thing and to hold them accountable, because this is our power and we have to make very good use of it. Just as Article 1 says, the power is for the is for the people. So let's take back our power. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, Aki Pole. Pole, I mispronounced your name. I'm very sorry about that. Uh, Prime Kashata, are you ready to speak? Mokami? Okay, let's have Vincent first and then maybe Prime Rudy. Vincent, go
Yes, good
ahead.
evening. Yeah, I'm here. Good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear
Thank
you.
you so thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lee and Kibuze, for hosting this. I am Vincent Matich, and I'm happy for this platform. Let me first start by expressing my heartfelt condolences to our heroes who lost their lives during our demos when we are protesting against this impunity that we're having. Myself is I'm from I still am from Mosingishu, but I work in Kapsabet. I am a millennial. Let me just give the feeling of the ground how we were during the demonstration. One thing, maybe from this part of the country. During the morning hours, I was in Kapsabet where we had our protest. We walked around the town. We were purely Gen Zs and millennials. We didn't experience any distractions. We did that from 9 up to 4. And then later, I just took a mat. I went to Eldoret, and reaching there, the narrative was a bit different a little bit because the works that had been there had already changed. Some people were looting shops there. So that one went on. We had the up and down with the police, the tear gas, the bullets, and all that. But fortunately, we didn't have losses of life up there. So maybe according to my view is let's keep the the fire burning. I think we need to keep that in place. In my community here, like in Eldoret, where yesterday we were lifting up again the UDA wheelbarrow. I think we need a very big civic education to our members. I think our parents here, our parents and our grandparents, that is even those that bore me and also those people that are their fathers and mothers. They are so much into this thing of mtuetu. They are so much into this thing of mtuetu, and it is really eating up our society. I remember when the president was campaigning in our home here, he was saying, please don't make me come here. I'll bring you things even before you ask for them. Leave me to go up there and look for votes and look for resources so that I bring home. And honestly speaking, there is nothing that the president is bringing this way. All we have are political psychopaths who keep on saying, let's protect our president, let's protect our president, which is actually bringing down the narrative of revolution around this side of our country. But so what we want to do is maybe if we go to the streets again, then let's be there. Let's be there to guide all our youth that will be on the streets. Let's restrain them from spilling into people's properties so that our focus and our push is straightforward so that these people don't, of course, we know there are goons that are hired to do that. If you check what was banned in Eldoret, a court, it was a court ya Kanjo. So vijana wangechoma koti ya Kanjo. We know who will ban koti ya Kanjo. So what happens is let's just be there all the time. Let's restrain ourselves to our core business. If we've said we are visiting a certain office today, then we go straight to that office and we make sure that our message is passed. What I'm saying here is our parents here need to unlearn a lot before they start taking in the reality. I'm a teacher. I am a teacher and I work with the TSC. And what I see up there, I see all our leaders, which cuts across even into the government, are all folks who just take in garbage in and garbage out. Garbage in, garbage out. What they listen to or what they hear is what they spread. They don't even know what is happening. I remember we go for trainings, something like ICT training, something like AI trainings. They don't know what is happening, but they are the ones training. They are the ones who just go read things and then come and read the same things to us. So I think in our society, we really need to put to task. We really need to empower these youths, especially from this part of the country where we have this Mutwetu narrative. We really need to empower these youths so that we can be able to push against the big force that is really facing our youth over here, so that we are able to change the narrative. Yesterday in the streets of Eldoret, we are having our fathers moving around with clubs na miti ya jembe, wamepewa 500 wazuie vijana ati wanachunga businesses, and none of them has businesses in Eldoret. After that, jioni saa 10 wote wamepanda gari wamekimbia nyumbani, and now our youths are scared. But in this place we are really pushing, even in my community forum ile ya nyumbani, I'm really pushing hard. These people are understanding things differently. So let's keep the fire burning. What I want us to do is also we can enlist some items. We can enlist a hashtag that we shall be pushing every day that will keep us focused every day. So that is my take from this side. And I really want to thank you people for keeping this fire burning. I think we are going to make it through. Like the other thing is the churches. That is what I can also mention. The churches. The churches are really letting us down because they're the ones who really entertain these politicians. I remember I was on the road 2 weeks ago on a Sunday. I saw my MP with a convoy of 20 vehicles, gasless, going to a church Arambe where he himself aided in contribution of 11 million. So you notice that our churches are living beyond their means. And what happens is those people heading those churches, the clerics, take all that money. In where I teach, there is a church that has been contributed to by the 4 presidents of this country. The first person was Moi, followed by Kibaki, followed by Uhuru. Ruto has come here, and it is not yet complete. My colleagues tell me when they first went to that church for Sunday school, they were carrying some contributions for the same. So, church, I think we need to revisit our churches and talk to those people who lead these churches so that they can allow us make this revolution. Let's not entertain this wastage. And I still support that thing of cutting the wages and the salaries of these MPs so that they don't have excess of 100,000, excess of 200,000 to buy a watch, to buy a pair of shoes. So let's keep this fire burning. Let's develop a hashtag that will always be guiding us every morning when we wake up, every night when we want to sleep. We have something that we're pushing. Let's put our MPs to task. Let's stand up against them. Most of them will be invited to our Arambes, to our Shereas. When they speak, let's also stand and put them to task at that point because they don't create any forum. They just come and win through our forums. So let's face them. Chebogeyo nimesikia amesema ataweka wake on task kesho. Thank you so much for that. And all of us, let's put our MPs on task and let's call for their resignation. Let's recall them back. We can even bring down the whole of this legislature and executive so that we build a new Kenya. We dream for a new Kenya. Thank you so much. Let me stop there as I wish quick recovery to our comrades who are still in the hospitals. And we pray and work hard towards this cause. Thank you so much, Lee.
Thank you, Vincent. I agree with you on the salaries, and a few other people have mentioned that as well. I think that since there are quite a number of issues that we are all seeming to agree on these spaces, I feel like someone should start a thread, or maybe I should start a thread, or Kimuzi, or Osama, or just anybody that highlights the issues that we all agree on. So, like, one of them is that these guys need to not make as much money as they usually make. I think had I spoken somewhere and said the SRC is one of the most useless bodies that we have in our country, because they are the ones deciding that, other civil servants can't get a raise, but they are always so happy to give our MPs a raise. So maybe that's one of the issues that we agree on, that we would want to see a change, and it would be nice to speak to people in the legal field, or maybe people who understand how can we achieve that goal, how can we make MPs to earn 100K, you know 100K, 200K, because that's what they deserve. I don't see why they should be making a million shillings. Asante sana, Vincent. Let's have Tiras going after Tiras Makumi, and then after Tiras we can have Wales, Renaissance, Man Reincarnate. Then after that, we can have Gabo Slim, and then Lady Omar, in that order. And then please keep it under 3 minutes so that we can give other people a chance. Thanks. I think somebody dropped. So Renaissance, you can go next.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. First, I would like to my condolences to the fallen revolutionaries. It's been a hell of a ride for me. All this time, all these days. Although I'll be honest, I wasn't on the ground for all that, but I was following this thing, very closely. And one of my niece was injured in one of those demonstrations, and it's very unfortunate for in this day and age for Kenyans to be on the streets and to see Kenya now turned into almost a military junta. It's very unfortunate, but I guess I've been listening to these spaces. I've been following, conversations, and what I can say is that this thing is not going to be easy, because um, I have followed the history of William Ruto, and I didn't vote for him, and I told people that some of my friends who are supporting him, and I told them that, hey, listen, you guys are going to vote for Ruto, but I have a feeling that one day he's going to expose himself. And lo and behold, it's only 2 years into the game and the guy is coming out. So what's happening right now? What he's going to do is very good at this game, because he has a way of transforming adversity and putting it into his arsenal. Even this reject finance bill, he looked at it and it pushed him to a point where there's no way he could have resisted this. So what he did, he took it and he put it in his arsenal. So what is he doing right now? He's using that now as a weapon. Because if you look at the last couple of days, you'd have expected him to start the reforms within his own department. But that's not what he did. What did he do? Now he's looking at places where he can hurt people, and you can see already he's looking at counties, because he's not like, if he reduces the budgets of counties, it's going to affect many people. He's looking at education, where there are those JSC teachers who are youthful. So just embrace yourself. This thing is not going to be easy. It's going to be a long drawn fight, because Ruto is standing on the hill and he's already looking into the future. He's going to be, he's obstinately determined to reach his goal. That is, to lead until I think 2020, 2030 or something like that. So what I can suggest, all these things are good. I can say is that let's just continue with the struggle. It's not going to be easy. Maybe we just say, okay, maybe the next generations, they are going to have a better life than us. But I just would like to encourage everybody, and also it's going to be hard, and hopefully, people are going to go through it. Otherwise, we are in this together, and whether we are not there, or we come in and out, and we contribute as much as we can. But when we are in the country and there are some activities to do with this revolution, we are definitely going to participate with our blood. So thank you guys, and I appreciate getting this chance to say something. Thank you.
Thank you, Renaissance. Let's have going next, Gabu and then Lady.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. The point that I have, there is this analogy that Kenya is a Christian country. The president is behaving and is behaving as if Kenya is a Christian country. Kenya is not a Christian country. Kenya is not a Christian country. So these weapons, he's weaponizing the church to be able to persuade us, and that is not okay. And the church is the next enemy that we need to decolonize. The church is the next thing that is messing this country. You saw how those pastors went to the state house to sanitize themselves. They never even bothered. They did not even mention the victims. They did not even visit any victim. They did not even suggest to the president how to compensate these victims, or how. They did not even come up with a solution of how justice is going to be found for these victims. They only went there, and then they're coming to tell us that we should embrace peace, or we should embrace dialogue, telling us nothing about the victims that we lost. And so I want to enlighten you people about something here. Most of these Christian people are misusing Exodus chapter 14, verse 4, which says, the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. They're just reading that part only. But I want to read for you chapter 15 to 16, which says, the Lord says to Moses, why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on. Raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water, so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry land. So there was action taken after praying and believing in God. So we are taking action. Yes, we are praying in our houses, we are praying in our churches and all that, but we are also taking action on the streets. So they should not make it appear as if going to the streets demanding for our rights is some form of rebellion or something. No, we're just demanding for justice. And these pastors do not represent the church. They represent I call them what? They are specific branches. They represent themselves. Or if you talk about JCC, ICC or something, they represent those titles. You see, they are not representing the church. The church is in us. The church is us individuals. So they should not go there telling us that now they are going to represent us. You and I are Panawa to represent. They do not have our representation as Christians. And again, we should stop making or sounding as if Kenya is a Christian nation. That's what I wanted to point out. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's have the next speaker, please. Mokami Prime Kashata, are you ready to speak? Oh wait, no. It was lady. It was lady first. Perpetual Mar, can you go?
Yes, hi guys, how are you? I hope everyone is fine. I have a few questions to.
Lady, are you ready to speak?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Just let's have the next speaker. Mokami, can you speak?
Wait, hi. Yes, can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think so.
Yes, I have a few
Oh,
questions to ask. First of all, I'll start by saying all of us are in this we are in the same movement. So the couple of days I've not been understanding why few individuals feel the need to speak for the Gen Zs, because this is no longer a Gen Z movement. This is a Kenyan movement. This is Gen Zs, millennials, the old folks standing and saying that we are tired. So if you feel like you're available to go for an interview, don't stand and say we as the Gen Z. Stand and say I as a person, this is what is bothering me. That is why we are giving room to the government to be picking those guys that said that they are our leaders. We do not have a leader. Personally, there is nobody that forced me to go to the streets. No one made me go to the streets. Again, Ruto is a Ruto is very corrupt. He's not ready to let go of this seat. They're trying to put Christians against Muslims. Christians. You are trying to pinpoint this thing. Umeona tribalism does not work. You now want to fight it religion wise. And it's not good. Because when the churches in town closed their doors, because personally I was outside Basilica during on Thursday, the first week of protest. I am 7 months pregnant. I went outside, but those soldiers locked me out when they were letting policemen enter. It's Jamia Mosque that let me in. Personally, I'm a Christian, but that was so different. It was, church is supposed to be for the people, but you're out here protecting the government. And long before, even if Ruto goes, we need to do away with everybody from politicians to KRA officials. The system is corrupt. So we need to uproot everybody and make everybody accountable. Hizo pesa mnatumia, cause mtu anaingia parliament, you claim you're an orphan. You didn't have anything. But in 1 year, you have built like 5 houses, you have like 10 cars. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. Even that 100,000 that you guys are campaigning for MPs to be paid, doctors, nurses, teachers are supposed to be paid more than all these MPs, all these members of parliament. Itafika siku, an MP is supposed to be paid 50,000. You will see how many people will run for that office. They always go because of the money. Politics is such a dirty game that once you enter, you get manipulated. You become so corrupt that you forget. I don't watch news, but today, lazima niangalie what is going on. This government has turned a body into an activist, and it's not supposed to be like that. I cleared university in 2020. Up to now, I'm still hustling for a job because there are no jobs. And as a lady, unless you want a job, you actually have to offer yourself, which some people have dignity. These people are misusing their offices, and it's time atoke, like Ruto must go. That is the message you're passing across. Don't come and tell us, don't march to the parliament. We don't march to State House, sorry. We didn't go to State House. But okay, those people that died in Rongai, died in Githurai, were they in State House? No. They are literally trying to kill us to silence. They are literally trying to silence the media so that the world does not know what is going on. For him to sign that agreement, the one for African countries, finish Kenyans. And if you are not keen, Ruto can decide to extend presidency, that thing of 5 years. He can decide, like your president of Uganda, to say that I'm here and I'm here to stay, because that is where he is going. Not once has he shown remorse. Not once. Ni sisi Kenyans, we are contributing money up and down to pay the bills of those who were killed. Whose work is that? It's the government's work. They're supposed to cater for all these grieving mothers, all this grieving, like, God, we have come to a point that Kenya, the government works for their pockets. They don't work for us anymore. And we need to remove everybody. We are not here, mtu asiseme ati Raila is better. No, even that Raila, we don't want him. We want fresh brains that know we need to take Kenya where it is, to a first world country. We will be the first African country to be the world, like, destination. Venye watu wanatakanga kwenda US, you want to send Kenyans to Saudi Arabia, Dubai to work. Why can't you make those work opportunities available for Kenyans? Why can't you create more job opportunities? Tusiende kupeleka revenue nje. You are telling us that, oh, I'm trying to build relationships. For what? Make your country better for Kenyans not to want to leave. Because personally, I don't want to go outside my country. I am safer in my country. But you're now here advising us you want to be sending Kenyans. What is your problem? You have offices, your government is giving government contracts to politicians. Ikiwa meeting, wataipeleka Western Hotel. The money is going to Ruto's pocket. If they have something, who is feeding State House? Who is providing the food for State House? Sorry, the people that the government is giving contracts to.
Thank you. Asante sana, Perpetua. Really appreciate that.
Jelani,
Yes?
I don't think she has finished.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why she muted. I can't hear her, so I thought
I
she was
didn't
done. Sorry,
mute.
sorry.
Yeah, personally, I stay. Let me tell you guys a backup story for you to see. Ruto is giving chest to family members. The apartment I used to stay is for an in-law of Ruto. To a point we got arrested for nothing. And when the police in Kitengela saw, okay, these people don't have a problem, they got an order from State House not to release us. And in Kenya, you have free bond. Like, you can actually say, okay, nipeni bond, I'll go to court. We were not given that option because rules from State House were tusiachiliwe. That means you're giving your family chest to oppress Kenyans. This man is not even after making himself rich. He literally wants to sit on Kenyans. Na anaweza, like, he can decide to make presidency hereditary. Akimaliza ni mtoto wake. This man has to go, and that's what we are saying. we can change the constitution. If a politician does not do what he's supposed to do, you come out of office. You stand there, insult us, call us online wankers. Do you think we are not innovative or what? You guys are not giving us the chance. You're allocating money for useless offices, but the youth fund money, how much is it? And youth are the ones who are supposed to build this country. Mtu anafa akimaliza campus, the government will give you like 100,000, go and start your business in 1 year. Tuambie hiyo 100,000 imeenda wapi? But no, we are out here. Mtu anaenda US, anaenda wapi? Akiamka ajisikie, okay, let me go to Dubai. You want to compare us to a country that their government is working? It does not make sense. Honestly, it does not make sense. And let nobody go outside and say, I speak for the Gen Z. Go outside and speak what is in your heart. Do not speak for everybody, because every single person here has what is bothering them. Every single person here has kenye inamuuma ndani kwa ndani. Usije ukaenda hapo nje ukaanza kuongea vitu zenye azikuhusu ati I speak for everybody. Who do you speak for? Speak for yourself. And if you're comfortable, if you've been paid, then shut up. If you don't have anything of value to tweet, it's not a must you tweet. Don't tell Kenyans, don't come out. Because personally, I will still come out. And if they want, they can kill me and kill the person I'm carrying. Because like this, when I give birth, what else? They killed Linda Mama. They are making the basic needs of Kenyans ikuwe ni kama gold. To eat 3 meals, itakuwa ni kama a treasure. That's where they want to take Kenya. Thank you. I'm done because, thank you very much. May God bless all of you. And
Thank you. Just to add something, mnasikia poa?
yeah.
Yeah, I've been hearing on some issues, and I am very specific. There is some specific issues I've been picking up, like the one you have just put across, the one which Ruto anafuatilia vitu ndogo ndogo. There is a lady who said she even goes for the small hii vitu za makura ndogo ndogo, anaendea hadi hizo, like he is going there is this contract he went to sign. He was in South Korea some few days ago. I know the lady she was with, she's the daughter of the friend of Ruto. Ukienda kuangalia mwenye ana renovate NSPC yenye iko Pension Towers, it's Ruto's friend. Like Ruto is a deal maker, he's not a leader. There is a difference between a deal maker and a leader. Deal maker can sell you to the highest bidder, and that's why he's selling us to the whites. He's selling us to the US, selling us to Europe. He's selling us to UAE by giving out carbon credits to this company called Blue Carbon in UAE. And there is somebody who talked about incompetence. Yeye ni walimu wanafunza vitu za AI and hawaelewi vitu za AI. They are so incompetent that they don't know AI. And sometime back there is this when they were coming to talk about Galana Kulalo, I asked somebody who told me while I was here. I asked him what about Galana Kulalo and everything, and he was telling me how there are some very uninformed Kenyans. They were having a very serious meeting of about I think it was about soil engineering, and it was something about soil compression, or was it acidity or something. They was talking just about something, and the whole panel, they knew nothing about it. And he was so angry that how comes you are coming and you're wasting our time? You should be informed. And I was telling him, I'm so sorry. It's because of the incompetency, the lack of meritocracy in these ministries or anything. Yeah,
Kimunzi,
and
sorry. Let me cut you short. Kidogo to before like nimaliza kabisa. Somebody please help me understand why when we are applying for US visa, we pay over 20,000. And when white people come to Kenya, honestly, we treat those guys as if they're gold. But in US, they apply Kenyan visa for 10,000. Is it 10 or 12? Like, why is Kenyan visa so cheap? But when you go to US to get a US visa, you will pray over it. And when you get it, you'll do Thanksgiving. US visa is that rare. But
it
Kenyans,
doesn't make sense at all.
yes, we are selling ourselves so cheaply. Unaenda US as a Kenyan, they will treat you as a third world country. Like they will not give you respect. But when those foreigners come here, especially those white people, US people, they will come here, we will treat them with so much respect. Our visa is so cheap, but when it comes to their own visa, it takes 2 weeks, more than 2
Okay,
weeks.
as we wind up on this, even when you want to start a business in these countries, you must have so much. Like you cannot just start a business. Many people doesn't know that. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Wakili can speak. Then Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kimuzi. Thanks, Jelani. And thanks to everyone who is still awake listening to the space. It shows the zeal and the desire to have a beautiful and a better country. Allow me first to offer my message of condolence to the family, friends, and relatives of guys who've lost their lives during the recent demonstrations, and also message of quick recovery to those who have either been hurt, who've been shot, and are currently admitted in various medical facilities. So to begin with, I think we need to have a conversation on, and I like the conversation we're having of what next after. First and foremost, I would want to report a very unfortunate and sad situation that we do not have a country. Whatever we have is a collection or an assembly of dealers. I have reliable information that as we speak, the leader of majority, Kimani Chungwa, is hunting for a 200 million property. He's told those who care to listen, his closer people buying vehicle worth millions. Recently, somebody did a wedding costing about 20 million, gifted the wife 20 million car, bought a 40 million vehicle. And they are just some junior officers in State House. So it basically means our country is literally being taken to the dogs. And we as young people, as Generation Z, it is good that we've taken up the mantle to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Because if we are not careful, a few years from today, we will not have a country. Now, one of the proposals that I would want to make is corruption has to be fought. Even as we insist Ruto must go, if he, by any chance, he survives this pressure, one of the things that we must insist on is that corruption has to be fought. And some of the people in his government must be able to be axed and must face the wrath. People like Midika Linturi are not fit to hold any leadership position. It's unfortunate that a few weeks back, Ruto himself, marshaled MPs to save Midika Linturi, even after it was evident that he had sold fake fertilizer to farmers. That was a show of middle finger to Kenyans. That mtadu, it was just a mtadu mentality, where we do wrong. And this issue began when he constituted his cabinet, a cabinet made up of thugs, drug dealers, wash people who have cases. But what did they do? One after another, everybody's case was being sanitized. Today, so and so has their corruption case dropped. Tomorrow, so and so corruption case dropped. Yet he is here telling us that, oh, we must live within our means. Oh, I am fighting corruption. It is not just enough to mention it. The conversation next will be he has to show it, both by intent and purpose. We have to feel that he, as Ruto, if he survives this, that is fighting corruption. Secondly, our doctors have to be paid because healthcare is very important. We are not going to live in a country where systems do not work. Ruto will not be a president who came into office and found systems working, and today the systems in the same country are not working. Linda Mama has been scrapped. What and what has been scrapped? Today is talking of shift that will take 2.5% of people's salary for a health care that you're not even sure about. So the health system must work. And one of the irreducible minimums is our doctors have to be paid. And the intern doctors have to be employed as a matter of urgency. I know one of the things that they are going to hide behind is that because of the rejection of the finance bill, we cannot hire the doctors or post the intern doctors. And as Generation Z, we are going to tell them these people have weathered 7 years in med school or 6 years in med school. They have woken up early, slept late. They worked so hard. They are qualified. They have to be posted. And that is the government has to prioritize that. We'd rather have MPs not paid their salaries or the executive not paid their salaries, but our doctors, intern doctors, have to be posted. So I guess as a way forward, that is one of the reducible minimums. And not only at 70,000 that he was proposing, where take home is 40K, no, they have to be posted at the amount that was in the CBA. And I think as Generation Z, this is a conversation that we can also on the forefront we can lead so that we have our health workforce, people who can come through for us. Whether when things are tough, we are sure that if we are short at the demonstration site, we are able to access proper healthcare. Secondly, I would want to propose that if we can have a team of Generation Z who can now sit and thoroughly look at the appropriation bill that has unfortunately been signed today, na signature ingine ina shout kiburi. The signature itself is not even humble. So Ruto must also be told that his signature is really a threat to us. He needs to have a signature that is a bit humble. So, but that is off the cuff. The appropriation bill that has been passed is forwarded it to the Treasury to try and come up with measures on where they're going to save the 346 billion. Part of the thing we need to insist on is that the JSS teachers have to be employed on permanent and pensionable basis, irrespective. Let him scrap because one doctor's needed just 4 billion to post interns. That money can be gotten by scrapping the budget of the office of the first lady, the second lady, and the third lady, who is the spouse to the prime cabinet secretary, and the few other offices that are not even legally constituted. And then the JSS teachers have also to be confirmed on a permanent and pensionable basis. Let them have budget cuts, but those are areas that they should not joke around with. Because Ruto is very smart, is going to come and say that since the budget is not allowing, we are not going to employ the JSS teachers on permanent and pensionable basis. But those are young men and women. Those are people at the age of 25 to 30. There are people whose future is at stake. You cannot, for the third year running, you cannot keep paying them 17 or 12 or 15,000 or whatever amount it is. They have to be confirmed, and the government has to get money to pay them. So when I look at it, then there has to be a team of people who will really query this budget and propose areas of budget cuts. Part of my proposal at our top level is one, the international travel, the budget on international travel needs to be completely scrapped. Let us have a country where we can develop our own country from within. Having people travel with no meaningful purpose should be a thing of the past. A case in point, recently there was a case involving Kenya, the railway, and I think the Kenya Railway, which was being done in London. There were a team of around 5 professionals who are the technocrats who are very key for that particular case. But lo and behold, how many people attended? About 70 people, people from Kenya attended, representing the government, including the CS Transport Murkomen himself. Murkomen used that time to go and watch Manchester United football match. So it's just tells you the excesses in which the government treats its own people and treats its finances. So we want to demand of Ruto that the budget cuts, even as he proposes the budget cuts to the ministries and to anybody who cares to listen, there are irreducible areas that are not going to be touched. Another thing is the parastatals. Ruto's presidency has really duplicated roles and functions of offices. He has 22 ministers, a cabinet secretary, I think 21 or 20. He has several people, appointment of cabinet level, people who sit in cabinet, who by law should not even sit in cabinet, including that guy called Malala, who just rides around with a flag and completely arrogantly says that we ask the appointing authority. He has a number of advisors who are also earning cabinet level salaries. He has several high ranking officers in State House whose role and whose work we do not know to date. Like who can tell me what is the role of Itumbi in State House? What is his rank? What is his title? Which office does he hold? But the guy is ever in State House and probably earning hundreds of thousands or even probably millions. So these are the people who he has to come out clearly and either ask them to take a pay cut or do away with those offices. Then there is the office of the head of public service. This one that is headed by Kosgei that keeps employing people every time and again. Somebody's case is dropped today, and Kosgei has already appointed him an advisor in such and such nonsense position. So there are the individuals that we must also be checked. Like I have information that Kosgei, the Hope's office, head of public service, has employed more than 200 people and earning crazy salaries. That is where wastage of government finances is done. So the budget cuts, as much as he proposes, we are going to help him and tell him that fine, you are proposing the budget cuts, but please, these are reducible minimum, even though we rejected the finance bill. And as I move to conclude, let us treat each other as Kenyans. Personally, I have had the privilege of not being in Nairobi, of exploring job opportunity outside the country. But Ruto should not take pride in telling people every now and again that he's creating jobs outside there when he was struggling to be the president of Kenya. I'm tempted to ask him to go and be the president in Saudi Arabia. We can even create for him a job and be the president in Germany so that he can also enjoy working abroad. Some of us are out of the country not because we like it, not because we desire it, but because there is just no opportunity. So we need to tell him in clear terms that it is not a privilege, it is not a joy. We do not enjoy working out of the country. We desire to work in our own, desire to develop our own country. So let him not brag and say that he's created jobs for people to be saloonists or to do some funny jobs in the East or people to do some jobs in the West. But let him create those job opportunities in Kenya. We desire a country that will create job opportunities for its citizens in the country. So let him tell us how many jobs is he creating in the country and not brag about jobs that are created elsewhere. Thank you so much, Kimuzi. And I still insist Ruto must go. And if he cannot go, then he must conform to the desires of this generation. He must act, and he must act very fast. Thank you.
Hello, can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, thank you for having this space and for everybody who is still up listening and contributing. I want to first of all send my condolences to the families of those who died in the process, and those who are in hospital. We pray for their quick recovery so that they can join the rest of us. First of all, I want to acknowledge how far we have come.
Is there anyone to speak?
Yes, I'm speaking. Am I audible enough? Hello, am
Someone
I?
is speaking. Cassie, just wait for Daniel to finish speaking.
As I was saying, I want first of all to acknowledge how far the mileage that we have come actually. See, this to me, it is not just about a matter of Generation Z alone. This is something that is involving every Kenyan, because had that finance bill passed the way it was, every Kenyan around the country will be feeling the effect and will be suffering a lot. See, we may not be able to fully appreciate what we have accomplished. We see there are so many people with biashara kidogo kidogo sana, and if you think about how much money they are making and then waongezwe tax, it will bring tears to your eyes. See, there are so many people unapatana now on the streets. Some wanauza njugu karanga, some they are selling eggs, some they are wako na ndoa wanauza melons, they are selling fruits wanatembea nazo. Those are the millions of people who are around the country. Alafu, you look, you find somebody and you ask yourself, at the end of the day, how much profit is this person making? Really? Mwenye anauza njugu, mwenye anauza sweeties, mwenye anauza matunda, how much money is that person making at the end of the day? And then akuje ongezwe tax. Na hiyo pesa yenye anapata hapo ndio anapata kusomesha watoto wake, ndio anapata livelihood yake, ndio analipa rent, ndio anafanya everything. When taxes zinakuja zinaongezwa kwake, will this person be able to sustain the kind of lifestyle yenye ako nayo? See, what we do not know ama we do not understand is that there are so many people out here who are suffering from real depression because of how difficult life is. So whatever we have done so far is a huge achievement, and we should actually acknowledge that we have done something, and we should not stop there. We should just continue with the same momentum and ensure that we bring a for the lives lost. And there was one speaker mwenye amesema kesho anaenda kukutana na MP wake. If we go back to our history, like last year kulikuwa kwa maandamano, how many people died during those maandamanos? How many people so far have you heard wameshikwa, they have been jailed because of those killings? How many billions of shillings have been stolen so far? How many people do you know out of when wameiba hizo mabilioni zote za pesa have been brought to book so far? See, if you are there and you are thinking that the current system will hold anybody accountable, then you are simply lying to yourself. Unless we change everything, everybody who is in government, we remove them all, we do a thorough cleanup, we bring in new people, that is when everybody will start being held accountable. Because right now they have mechanisms in place that ninajua ndo atafanya investigation. If I've stolen a billion Kenya shillings, for example, I give somebody 50 million hapa hivi for example, nini aseme hakupata enough evidence or something, that case goes like that and I've already benefited. But if we do away with everybody in government, we remove them all, even in EACC wote, those who have been failing, we bring in new people. Wenye tunajua these people they are not compromised in any way. They'll be able to hold everybody who has been breaking the law, who has been stealing, accountable. But if we rely with the current system that is in place, I can guarantee you that nothing will happen until we change them. And about confronting that MP, that lady who was saying attend confront that MP. If you look at my tweet, actually I've posted it about an hour ago. The MP for Nakuru West, Arama Samuel, last year approved finance bill at 2023-2024. When Nakuru residents walienda kumuuliza mbona alipitisha, the guy simply took out his gun akaanza kuwave around akisema atashoot people. Iko kwa yangu kwa Twitter yangu. So these people feel so entitled, and that is not a big deal. How many people do you know who are currently in government who have shot people? Some have died, some are still alive, and they are still continuing with life as usual. So if you think that these people really are our employees, and I want everybody to understand that these people, we put them that, we give them those positions, those powers. They're there to work for us. And if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, we have the authority to remove them because they're not doing their work. So si ati tunaenda hapo kuwabembeleza ama kuwauliza au kulienda ukafanyika, you have failed, and because you have failed we have to remove you. So the conversation that we should be having is, how do we remove these people? What do we need to do from here to ensure that everybody in this current government goes home? I've had one of the speaker akisema we need to reconstitute the IBC. Kama ni kuweka pressure IBC ikuwe reconstituted, we can organize such that a certain group is applying pressure to ensure that IBC is being removed. Then in our own areas where we come from or where we vote, if you are in Nakuru and you are you in Nakuru East, for example, constituency, we organize how we are going to meet to ensure that the people in Nakuru, we are collecting all the signatures. If it's in Nakuru West, that team wamejipanga venye wana collect their signatures, they remove the current MPs when you are in place. Then we start having a dialogue, a conversation amongst ourselves. Now that we are removing this person, who is going to represent us going forward? If each region does the same, we are going to know that we are taking out this person and we have these other people who are going to represent us going forward. When it comes to the people at the top, that is when we come together in a forum like this. Tunasema aje, now we want national leaders. But regional leaders, we work within our region. We ensure that we select the people that we know have good motives. These people are not going to be compromised. They have the integrity is intact, and we ensure we are moving in the same direction. I've heard another speaker saying, talking about reducing of salaries. I'm 100% on board with that, because for years MPs wakishachaguliwa hivi, the first thing they do is ensuring that they bring a motion in parliament to increase their salaries, and they have been doing that. Those salaries needs to be reduced drastically. Kama mtu ataki anaona hiyo pesa ni kidogo kwake, asipatiwe position. The same case na CAS. See, this country, we have a lot of me, and I'll always stick to this. We don't have a problem with revenues. The problem we have is how we spend this money. How can we have ghost workers in counties? Atunaona audit report imetolewa, unaambiwa ati we have ghost workers in these counties. And I always ask myself, is there somebody in charge of that county? Do you do audit of staff in your county to know that I'm supposed to be having 100 staff, and those are the people in the payroll, and you know each and every person? Because you cannot be saying that you na ghost workers wenye wamekuwa kilipwa. Those are the loopholes they use to steal the money. To make matters worse, mpaka State House, there are ghost workers. We saw the other day that TSC imelipa 466 million to dead teachers. And I always wonder, are there people in charge in these ministries, in these counties, in government that is supposed to ensure that public resources are not lost? Yes, they are there, but they have created loopholes of ways they are going to steal money, of how they are going to acquire public wealth. Ndio unaona mtu wako hapo hivyo anajenga, ananunua gari ya 30 million, ananunua gari ya 20 million, anafanya nini? Anaanza kujenga maflats, and you wonder how. Unaona, during campaign, these people are spending more money than they're going to make in their entire 5-year term. And you wonder how hii pesa inatoka wapi? It's our money. Wametafuta a way ya steal this money so that they can be able to do all these projects, na wakati wa campaign wanaenda wanakupatia shilingi 200 300 because you are desperate. If you do not have a job, waambie aje nataka kuje upige kelele mwendo divote nikupatie shilingi 200 300 because you don't have that money and you don't have a way of getting that money, you simply accept. But if we remove all these loopholes, if we ensure that we are holding everybody accountable, kama ni kujenga barabara, we call those people, tunawaambia aje kama ni MP anataka kutengeneza barabara hapa hivi, all the contractors wenye wanaweza tengeneza barabara, they come and they give us quotation. Tukiona MP kama ni wakati wa creating the budget for whichever, kama ni accounting, tunasema kama ni barabara it is going to cost 10 million, we need 10 million ama ni 5 million. Not mtu anaenda pa anasema aje the barabara it will cost 100 million, anapewa 100 million, but in actuality that barabara will only cost 10 or 20 million, the rest ana pocket. We cannot allow that, but it is up to us. We have to ensure that we come up with a mechanism of holding the government accountable. And by the way, we can do it. I was listening to another space, mtu akisema ati tukienda kwa campaign they are going to steal the elections and everything. Trust me, the current generation that is in place, the people who are currently leading this movement, if it is campaign during elections, we will ensure that no vote is stolen. Kama ni kufuatana na hiyo box ya nini, hiyo ballot box from polling station mpaka huko headquarters za IBC, tutaenda nazo. Kama ni kutrack kwa system venye kura hazitaibiwa, we can do it. We have the knowledge, we have the know-how. We can be able to ensure that elections are conducted free and fair, and we elect people who are going to lead this country in the right direction. Hatutajipata in a situation where the people who are there hata yani, and I wonder how we elect these people. Some people hata wana documents hawajasoma, they are illiterate, wameenda wakaforge makaratasi, and they're the ones who are leading us. We have to ensure that the people who we are going to put in government to lead us are people who know what they are doing. Si mtu hata English hajaiongea English, kwa parliament hajaiongea, na he's a member of parliament. Those are the people who are leading us over there. We have to be smart, and that is why ninasema we have an opportunity of changing this country for the better. If we come together and we continue with the same momentum, everybody who is currently there to mutoe, and we start doing lifestyle audit of these people, because they have stolen a lot of money that belongs to us through them ama through their relatives. Kuna venye wamejiorganize hapo hivyo, they have stolen a lot of money. Ndio naona mtu ananunua gari ya 30 million 20 million, anafanya all these things because they have stolen our money. If we conduct lifestyle audit for them, every cent yenye wameiba, we ensure they return it. Trust me, easy loans that tunaambia hapa hivi, we have a debt problem, we will be able to repay these loans without a worry, because we have the resources and we work within our means. Huwezi kuwa tuna ana 100 shillings unasema hadi unataka kuishi maisha ya 150. Ishi maisha yenye unaweza, there's this Kiswahili saying, mtu ajikula mahali penye anafikia. However amount of revenue that we are collecting, let us work within that. If the loans needs to be restructured, the public debt, if the public debt needs to be restructured, iongezwe the time repayment duration, hata kama ni by another 10 ama 15 ama 20 years, so be it, so that the installment that we are repaying comes down, actually inateremka chini, which you can be able to, first of all, repay the loan, cater for recurrent expenditures, and be able to do developments. If that is the case, well and good. Si kila saa nimeenda kuomba pesa hapa hivi, tuko na madeni mingi, and then we have the head of state spending 18 billions in less than 2 years kwenda kukopa madeni huku nje. No, we can be able to live within our means if we are able to plan ourselves. And with that, I want to yield so that I can give somebody else time to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Asante sana. Let's have Babu Ruto must go. You could go ahead.
Thank you so much, Evan. I hope everyone can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. There's a lot of information that is going from the channel, and I appreciate what we are speaking. And at the basis of everything that we're discussing, we are all on the same page. But I feel like there's a lot being discussed, and there are lots of actionable points that are going unnoticed. So, for example, taking it to the churches, Mobile is already doing this, but it's doing this alone, from what I can see on the timeline, unless someone tells me otherwise, right? And if he's going to do this alone, there's some level of fatigue that will take place naturally. He cannot do this alone. Yeah. So he might need some support. So with every discussion that we make and we see there's some actionable points, there's something that we can do. For example, what Mobile is doing. I feel like we should give them support and send some people to do that specific duty. Another thing, in terms of strategy, know your enemy. We know the enemy is Ruto. Ruto must go. But we also need to keep in mind that this guy has immunity over ICC. As long as he's the president, there's no way that guy can be arrested. Again, lawyers on the timeline, you can advise me if I'm wrong. With this in mind, are we sure that 2027 Mujamata Toka, even if we vote the way we wanted? Because clearly, kura zinaibiwa. Number two, these guys tested the water, I think, last year. Wakijaribu extend the presidential term and the MPs and governors to 7 years instead of 5 years. Then kukawaka moto kiasi, guys complained and they took it back. Who's to say that that's not the strategy that they will take this time to maintain office? Because again, the guy has majority people in parliament. So utawaambia nini? Majority of the MPs, or rather the legislators, are in his pocket. And from what we've seen with the finance bill, anaweza sema watu wa vote for this particular roadmap, and people will do that regardless of what the people say. The MPs will vote in that direction. 3, the guy is ready to kill. Ashatuonyesha hivyo. We need to keep in mind that this guy is ruthless. He will not let go of that seat. So tukipanga even for 2027, we need to think about how are we going to remove this guy from that seat now, as soon as possible. There's no room for negotiation. Hakuna kukaa kwa kiti tukinegotiate na ujamaa. Otherwise, atatumaliza. So this is just a facade yenye anatuwekea hapa. Jifanya ati tuta-negotiate, and he's looking for someone to welcome to the table so that they can pay them. At least atusudi turudi chini. So this thing of not having a leader inambodha vibaya sana. No room for negotiation. Another point, I saw KDF showing some level of restraint. Actually, not some level of restraint. They were very unbothered during the protest. The guys who were killing people were actually police. We need to think about this carefully. Are the KDF our allies? Can we put some pressure on that side so that they can actually march with us and see if we can leverage this kind of relationship to have the guy actually step down and the KDF kind of temporarily take over as we look for another president. Lawyers can also guide on that. Another thing is taking the fight off the streets. Tukienda kwa streets, majority of us are dying. We need to look for a strategy to take it away from the streets. I'm creating a spreadsheet and I'm trying to get information, and maybe I can source it from everyone in the timeline because I cannot do this alone. This is what I have in mind. If you get the businesses of all these members of parliament, especially those who voted for yes, the location of their businesses and the name of their businesses, and we put pressure where it hurts them most. Hizi biashara zao zenye wametuibia pesa wakaset up. The clubs, the restaurants, the supermarkets, every business, the hotel, every business, and go after these businesses. I'm sure sasa watanyenyekea. I've seen an MP from Nakuru akinyenyekea, amevaa t-shirt and is apologizing. I feel like if you go after them, go after their businesses, we'll have them by the balls. Another thing is boycotting Safaricom and SportPesa and any other business that these guys have. Nimeona online pia watu wameenda hapo giving bad reviews, but we need to go deeper than that and also put pressure in other entities within Kenya. We have banks, telcos, media, SACCOs. We are members of these banks. Why are they remaining silent? If we put pressure on these banks, they should be able to speak out. Na hiyo pressure yenye inatoka kwa bank and they're speaking against the government also puts pressure on the president himself. Ataona, I've lost confidence with everyone. He might not resign, but your pressure is enough to sway other industries into seeing that this guy is not for us and we need to get this guy out. Once we have that voice and support from the banks, the telcos, the SACCOs, each and every institution that runs in this country and depends on the people of Kenya en masse for it to thrive. We have them by the balls. We can actually sway them into doing this. So they're either with us or against us. Hakuna kukaa neutral. They need to speak against this. If you're a member of Equity Bank, you need to make sure that Equity Bank voices that Ruto must go. How do we do this? We are the customer base. We can easily withdraw from that bank, and they wouldn't want that. Once you touch the money, now people will start singing the same tune. Same way that Safaricom CEO Peter Ndegwa came out to give a statement so that watu were cool down, because alijua customer base yake iko hapo. That's where the profits come. Profits ikianza kudecline, pia yeye ana kazi. Hiyo CEO position he's appointed by the board, so pia yeye anaweza dropiwa. I don't want to take much time, but I want to address one controversial topic, and many of you might not agree with me, but I feel like it's very important. I want to echo what Alan Namu posted. I think it was today or yesterday, and it's the words of Machiavelli. Never waste the opportunity offered by a good crisis. We're in a crisis right now. We need to take advantage of everything. We need to discuss who we want to be in the next government right now. And here's why. Before you tune out, Sema, you don't want to listen to this. It takes time to sell a candidate to everyone. Yelani, you've been in the camp, as you've worked in maybe a campaign strategist position. You can tell me if I'm lying or if I'm speaking the truth. I've seen on the timeline people are kind of recommending Babu for president or Babu for deputy president. I've seen also Matiang'i for president and some other crooks. I've seen hata wengine wakisema Sonko. Remember, these are guys when you're on Twitter and following the movement that has happened, na niko sure pia wao streets, are the same guys who are recommending these idiots. Now, I feel like there's some level of education that needs to be done here. Wana recommend watu na wamekuwa na corruption cases, right? Wana recommend Matiang'i, but we forget Baby Pendo died under Matiang'i's regime, so to speak. Well, it was Uhuru Ruto's, but you get the point. We need to start endorsing someone who speaks for us as early as possible. Early as possible inafaa kwa sai, because again, if we think we are going to remove this guy from the seat by 2027 through voting, should that happen, selling a candidate mwenye hajakuwa in government inakuwa ngumu sana. For example, I'm not recommending anyone, but I'm just saying, Faith Odhiambo, she's done a spectacular job. Lakini uko mashinani, do they know her really? Unaweza sema our parents know her kweli? Now, that's a very huge voter base. So we need to discuss about that. Find someone as early as possible, endorse that person into the masses. It takes a long time to build a candidate for presidency and lots of money. We don't have that. We need to start right now. Talk to our parents, talk to our friends, the elders who ushago, recommend a candidate tumwambie huyu ndio tunataka. Otherwise itafika 2027, alafu tutakuwa na two evils. A nominated person from ODM and then some other parties, for example, coalition parties zenye zitakuwa zina exist, ama Kalonzo Musyoka and whoever else will come. And all these guys are corrupt. So we need to do this right now. Start selling the candidate as early as possible and find someone who is corruption free with no scandal or no case. And if we don't do this, we'll have divided opinions. Utapata mtu ana recommend Matiang'i na amekufa na Matiang'i anasema that guy is good. Lastly, we need to present a unified front. I feel like we need to call the likes of Cairo, Casnoel into these spaces and engage them, because the moment tuna pretend ni kama they don't speak for us, they are not our leaders. Yes, they are not our leaders, but the moment we pretend that hawana influence because they are leaders in their own right. Hawana influence will be lying to ourselves. Because the moment Cairo alisema pia in the streets, I'm sure kuna watu wenye wanafuatanga Cairo walisema in the streets. And that is bad for the movement. So the moment kunakuwa na some level of divide, invite them into the circle, discuss about it. Maybe they were paid, maybe they were not. It was their own honest opinion. Lakini we need to invite them into this space and present a unified front as early as possible. Juu hawa jamaa wata notice it's so easy to divide them, so all you need to do is create some doubt. Alafu watu wata run helter skelter and kind of throw them out of the circle, and they have a big influence. It was seen during your protest ya juzi, watu wakutokea, and I guarantee you ni kwa sababu these guys spoke na wakasema going to State House maybe it's a no-go. Yeah, and those are my points. Last but not least, and this should have been the first point, pole sana to those who lost their lives during the protest. It was not in vain. We shall remember you always, and we'll keep pushing so that your death will not be in vain. That's it. I'll hand over the microphone back to the host. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Um, you are 100% right. We do need to stand united and bring everybody on board and just figure out how we are going to articulate our irreducible minimums and how we're going to get what we want. Because I think we all want the same things. We just need to find a way to acknowledge that we are not all going to do the same things. Like, we're not all going to do things the same, and we're not all going to agree on what somebody's preferred mode of protest is. And even in that disagreement, choose to stand together and be like, okay, wewe unapenda sana kukua mbele ya kamera. Okay, sawa, let's see how to incorporate what you like to do without endangering the greater cause. Or wewe unapenda this and that. Like, let's figure out how to use our individual strengths for the sake of the cause. Asante sana. Let's have going next. Let's have Kasi, and then we have Paul Nduro. So immediately after Kasi, Paul Nduro, you can go next.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Firstly, I want to say my condolences to everybody that lost their lives. And secondly, I also want to thank the host and co-host of this platform, because I've been on here for a while, and I can imagine it's not an easy thing to do, but you're doing it, and you're doing an amazing job giving everybody the opportunity to speak and air their thoughts and views. Um, Myself, I'm based in the US, so I'm in the diaspora, and I'm always in Kenya. And I always attribute for investment in Kenya. My whole purpose is to help people invest in Kenya. And I've been doing the little that I can, in terms of having conversations on my platforms and having a dialogue around. It started with the finance bill, and it evolved to Ruto must go. And in my opinion, in my view, I see the finance bill as like the rotten fruit that was low hanging fruit that we saw we can go after. And now we've realized that, you know what, the root of this whole thing is the poor governance, the lack of trust we have in the system, the lack of accountability that's there in the government. And one thing that I'm so encouraged by is, even on this group and just everything that I've been seeing on social media, is the people speaking, and the fact that we know our problems and we also know our solutions, which I believe and I know wholeheartedly. And so hearing everybody sharing their ideas, their thoughts, their solutions, or the solutions that they're proposing is really encouraging to me. I think if there's something that I want to maybe say or highlight, is once understanding that the root of the problem is the lack of trust we have in the system and the lack of accountability that our leaders have. a conversation that I had on my platform is when we're discussing even putting, selecting different leaders and all of those things. I think more we've seen the Kenyan people continuously make poor judgment and choose leaders that are not up to par. And I think understanding the psychology behind why we do that. When it comes to a great leader, what are the qualities of a great leader? How do we identify a great leader? Because more often than not, we are persuaded by the words that our politicians know. We're very good with words, and we're I see us swayed with words and with hongo and little bribes that blur our vision from really trusting our guiding system, our inner guiding system, our intuition, and really the actions of these people, whether by their experience if they have been in government for a long time, or by the way they govern themselves and their family and their households. You can tell a lot about a person. So if there's one thing that I believe, in order to break the cycles of continuously making the wrong decision, I think addressing how do we begin to identify good leadership? What are the qualities of a good leader? And as a how do we begin to highlight those qualities and those things in an individual? And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about is we don't have a leader, which I think at first I thought maybe having some sort of organization, like somebody said earlier, this is a group where it's being facilitated by certain people, um and it's we're able to have these discussions. If different counties could do the same thing, be it through uh, online platforms, social media, as we're doing here on X, or even in person, begin to table the ideas, the problems, and the solutions. Because we, the people, like I said earlier, we know our problems and we also know our solutions. If we can begin to do that, because as we've all said here, I think everybody has had their different thoughts and opinions. But in my view, I don't think Ruto is gonna go until the election year, because he's a person that's hungry for power. It's something that it does something to him and his psyche. So it's something that, from my observation, I see us um causing, making noise, making people rethink what they were going to do in terms of some of the policies, but I don't necessarily see him leaving until the next election. And I would love if these conversations not only are, do we continue to complain, but I'd love if we can begin to be organized and have people that we're putting in positions, and not people that we're putting in positions to lead us, because I think that's another thing that, as African people, if we can decolonize our minds and get away from the idea that you need a leader. By that I mean you can lead yourself and you can have somebody who speaks to represent your views, but you don't necessarily need, a leader, if that makes sense. And I think that's what we're witnessing here together, is like our collective thoughts and ideas is what's progressing us. And if we can continue that mindset, you have a representative, somebody that represents and speaks on behalf of the group, because one of the good qualities of a leader is that. But I think if there's one thing I want to leave us with, is in our as we're continuing to do this at home, when I say this, I mean have these conversations, where be it at home, being amongst friends, be it on social media spaces, if we can encourage um each other to focus on solution oriented conversations. For example, like I said, I'm in the diaspora sent last year, 2023, we sent back home about $4.19 billion. And that's a fact, and that's what they accounted for. And there's, I'm sure, a lot more than that. And keep in mind, if the diaspora is sending that money back, that means that's extra money that they're not living off of. That's extra money that the diaspora has. 4.19 billion US dollars. You're telling me if we come together and have solution oriented conversations, for example, we're talking about lack of jobs. Every year we have a food shortage in the country. We have an abundance of land. You're telling me we cannot sit together and begin to formulate and structure businesses that will create jobs, be it in the agricultural sector, be it in the manufacturing sector, that's not necessarily dependent on the government's actions, but the people coming together to not be money hungry by chasing profit, but solution oriented by chasing problem solving. And by that, the money comes. Um, so I have very many things I want to say, but if I think if there's something I maybe want to leave us with is that if we can encourage these things, encourage tabling problem and solution, not just highlighting the problem, but problem and solution, and also decolonizing our minds and allowing ourselves to know that one, we were put on this earth with the capacity to provide and to live fully as individuals. So we have everything that it takes in order for us to thrive on this earth. The way that the government system was not created for the people. It wasn't. The truth is the government systems in on the African continent in general were created by the colonizers. The colonizers left, we were given freedom, quote unquote, and then we had people fill in the spaces that were already created by the people that enslaved us. So we're now debating about a system that was not created for us. So, I think that one, the conversation of decolonizing our mind and recognizing that one, this system wasn't built for us. So now we're having a conversation. I think the beauty of what this movement has done is it's allowed us to now have a conversation about, okay, what does it look like for us to design a system that's actually built for us? And this is not just a conversation that's happening in Kenya, it's a conversation that's happening across the African continent. um but yeah, I think that's maybe what I want to leave us with, and to just encourage us and to congratulate each and every one of you. I think it's just beautiful to see that we're leading from a place of love. We love our country, we love each other, and we want to see change. And it's just so beautiful because it's happening, and we're in the process of witnessing a revolution taking place that I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to speak and to have the opportunity to be part of this. I myself am consistently doing this. Like I said, my life purpose is to bridge the gap between the African diaspora and the African continent through philanthropy, business, and the arts. And that's what I spend my life doing here, having conversations about it, encouraging people about investing in Kenya, so on and so forth. So I just want to tell you guys not to lose hope. Your minds and hearts are in the right place, and we're doing the best that we can, and we have the answers. But yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna say for now. But thank you so much, Lee and Kimuzi, for the time.
Thank you, Cassie. Thank you so much. Let's have let's have Wakili.
Lee, I already spoken.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's have Vinicel.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to start and be brief. First, can you mute your microphone? Thank you. So just to begin, we actually need the justice system that be done for all our comrades, all those who are in the streets, all those who are killed by the police. There are so many people who are hurt and still in hospitals. So we should insist on justice. And the fellow people in this war that are doing the least, I think they should go into the 47 counties. There are so many people still in hospitals outside Nairobi, so they should not just concentrate in Nairobi. They should try to reach even in the counties and get the list, those who can't pay their bills, and try to help them from Mchanga. Secondly, my second point is on the leadership. I think we are in a situation whereby the diversion is on this leadership. I think we should stop that discussion on leadership because it is bringing diversion and diverting us from our main goal. somebody is so much interested in identification of the leadership. So I think we should just remain leaderless. There's a benefit of remaining leaderless. For example, there are some demonstrations which has been happening continuously since 1963 to date. They have been led by leaders. Then the same leaders get cornered, and then the goal to be achieved fails because the leader has been cornered. They have cornered Baba for so long, even if he makes a lot of demonstrations, gives a lot of pressure, finally, international community, everyone start calling you until the leader is conquered and made to go silent. Then the whole goals never get achieved. So I think we should remain leaderless so that they have no one to target, they have no one to threaten, they have no one to pay, they have no one to buy out, they have no one to blackmail. If they want to give us money, let them give us money, 50 million Kenyans, because we are all leaders. So that they should stop focusing on the leaders. They should start focusing on solutions of the problems we have been raising here. And many people have raised valid problems that need action, some of them very urgently. So I think problem with our leaders is when we call them leaders, they misplace, they don't understand that they are servants. So they think they are the bosses, and with us we are the slaves, we are the servants. So as a people, our leaders must start to understand that they are there to serve the people. So they are the servants. They are to work for the people. They are to do what is good for the people. And they have to recognize that the person, the mwananchi, the poor man, the poor mama in the market, is their boss. With them, their mind is twisted. If they see Mama Mboga, they think that is the slave. So they think they are the big men because they are driving big cars, because they have money, and they forget that Mama Mboga, that the person which is down there is who is paying the taxes. That once it reaches them, they loot. Then they start coming and abusing the same people working their sweat in the streets, having no food to eat, coming again and overloading them with taxes. So that is very unfair, and we should correct that mistake once and for good so that all our leaders can start to know that they are actually the servants. Those who believe in religion, that's a demonstration Jesus Christ did very well, that he could even go down, kneel down, take your feet and wash your feet. Though he was a God, but still came down to serve humans so that he could put into the mind of humans that don't be a human who wants to be worshipped. Don't be a human who feels good when people are worshipping you. You are supposed to be a leader by serving, by being a good example, by giving a role model, by going and doing and offering solutions to the people. So that is a mentality our leaders doesn't have. And that's what making them to fail and making them not to perform. The third one is on IBC. IBC, last week on 20th, the parliament finished with that bill. It had to go to Senate, so Senate also amended it and finished with it. So actually, as we speak today, it's supposed to be on the desk of Ruto. He's supposed to assent to it. Then after sending to it, its implementation should start, which is supposed to assent. After assenting, is supposed to move ahead and start advertising for appointment of the selection committee, which will be having 9 people, which in summary, the political players will give five members for the selection committee. LSK is going to give us 1 person. Accountants Association is going to give us 1 person. Religious people are going to give us 2 people. So total of 9. These 9s are supposed to be the one now going to advertise for interviews of those who are going to be IBC commissioners. So from the parliament part, they have done their part. What is now remaining is at the Ruto's desk. Is supposed to assent to the bill, then start receiving the names from these groups. Political players will give 5, and in reality, it means Azimio will give 2, the government side will give 2, UDA-KK, then parties which are not represented in parliament at all will give 1 person, totaling to 5. Therefore, LSK 1, accountants 1, religious 2, total to 9. These 9 are just people who are going to do the interviews for the commissioners to be there. So from our side, we can push and give pressure to Ruto to assent to that bill, then move ahead and start receiving the names of those selection committee, the 9 names, and from there the IBC can be rolled out. They advertise for the recruitments and the qualifications, minimum 10 years experience in various fields for you to be applying for that. So that one can be given pressure to be fast-tracked, because a good thing is Parliament has done is Ruto has 2 parts to play, assent to it and then start receiving those names to set up that selection committee. So pressure should be going to Ruto from all of us that he should assent to that bill and make it moving as quickly as possible. We can use it to do recall of the MPs. The fourth one is graft, always looting of the taxes. It's very ironical that you can come and stand that we need more taxes, but at no any time does Ruto even try to say that the bucket which is leaking is sealing it, is working on sealing it. In fact, it is very funny how the campaign went the previous 2022. That the discussion was there, even Ndi was saying, with us, we are not talking about corruption. As in, the KK came into power, saying even in their campaign, they don't want the issue of corruption, because with them, they are not for fighting corruptions. So in other words, in literature, they were trying to use a psychology that with them for corruptions, they have accepted it is legal.
No, that I'll
They are not.
correct you there. That is something they're saying after the fact. But during campaigns, if you remember, they were saying that they wanted to set up the state capture commission, so they could prosecute all the corrupt people and get back the money that had been stolen. Them saying that they did not talk about corruption, they've only started saying after the fact to defend the fact that they didn't put up the state capture commission as they had promised. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that correction. So these guys, we have agreed that the promises they are making, they don't intend to do, or they don't even know they have made the promises. That means not genuine, it's not from the heart. It's like robots. Somebody writes a statement, somebody else reads the statement which he even didn't write. He reads things which he doesn't even know. But that one is also a theory I've also come to not buy into it so much, because there's verbatim videos going around. You can go back to YouTube, you can go back to recordings and find Ruto speaking directly from his head without reading anything, talking about, on top of cars, we will reduce taxes, we will do this, we will do this. He comes in, does the opposite. So that lack of trust we have reached here because of his own making. They are busy looking for people who have caused this problem, and they are forgetting they are the same people who have caused the same problem. Ruto is actually the headmaster of the problem we are having today, of all the demonstration we're having today, because he goes ahead and says things that he doesn't do. Then he expects people to clap for him. I think the revolt, the rebellion was obvious, caused by him. So he should look into himself and see how the problem came into this. For the number 5, which now, because most of these things I'm listing them as solutions, the solution on IBC, we should give Ruto pressure, assent to that bill, start the processing of the select committee. The solution of in terms of graft and thieves, you should just go and fight corruptions without pretense, without hiding, without buying time. You should just fire people, take let the EACC, which we are going to also give pressure, charge these people, do lifestyle audit. If they want evidence, people can help them. Even the citizen, we can start to help them create the evidences. We know people who didn't have any coin, who had loans, and by now they are the one who can even now give you loans. They have to prove through by auditors how much they have been earning through salaries or through any private business, but they have to have an account which can add up. Otherwise, Ruto should start jailing people if he wants us to believe that he's fixing this country. The number 5 one, he should fire, to me, he should fire that whole cabinet, because they are just mediocre, incompetent. Everyone comes through his ministry, they just say things which doesn't add up. They don't have, they are clueless, they are rudderless. Even Ruto himself, if people can remember, he came and told us point blank in TV that he had CSS, some of them, he knows more and more about their ministries than even themselves. You are in a ministry and he knows more and more about your ministry than yourself. The time he was trying to tell them to wake up. So he knows they are incompetent, he does nothing about it. He knows they can't perform, they don't have new ideas, they can't fix this country. They are in ministries which they have got no qualification and relevant knowledge about, but he still leaves them there. Others have a failed system of subsidy on fertilizer, fake fertilizers. Then they are still he still leaves them to remain in the cabinet. So, what can we conclude if we are just an observers? We can conclude Ruto has got no interest at all to fix this country. So if he doesn't have interest to solve the problems of Kenyans, I don't understand why he still insists on remaining on that seat. He should just resign peacefully without sending soldiers to help him. He wants to hide behind the soldiers. The soldiers are also suffering. The soldiers are actually our children. We can call them and tell them to forget about Ruto. So he should not have his hope on the soldiers. The soldiers doesn't come from us. They are our brothers and children. We can tell them to forget about the man. He has failed to fix this country. On free education, in terms of solutions we want immediately. The people are going to colleges, universities. Somebody is given a fee structure of 500,000 per year, 600,000 per year plus to do a certain course, and that one is coming from where you could do a course of less than 100,000 in 1 year. So now it is 500,000, 600,000. Then they have they are so evil that they can tell you if you can't afford that course for 500,000, change the course, take another one which is it's as fee structure which is cheap. So you go do anything that is cheap, even though you have not skilled in it, you have no interest in it. So I mean, are they killing the education system in Kenya? The spirit of Kenyans started from the 2002 Kibaki free primary education. It was to move to free secondary education, then free university education, so that we can have a real equalizer of poverty, to eradicate poverty cycle in many generations, so that we can have where even if we pay tax 50% of our income, but we are seeing the performance of those taxes, even if it means it guarantees all children born in Kenya, all citizens, to have free education to the limit they want, those who want to learn up to the limit they want, free. So I think those are things which can equalize the society, can also lift the load on the more and more and the more weak. Instead of MPs running around begging for bursary, going and kneeling down toward bursary, they go and give the. I mean, it's kind of a floppy system, a failed system. You don't want to put money into free education, but you want to give MPs more money and more money so that they go and give bursaries for children to go and pay fee. Why can't they cut off those CDF from the word go? We do just free education instead of going round. What the right hand is doing is contradicting what the left hand is doing. We give a system where education is free up to up. Then this issue of CDF will be done away with. We give the construction of classroom either to counties, or we do it in a proper way that we have standard classrooms, standard facilities for proper quality education that can bring us to the world standards. The last one is about debt. We are living in an opaque situation whereby on one hand Ruto comes and say our debts are so high. On the left hand is taking more loans. On the other side, we don't know which loan is being paid, where it is, which project it is going to do. We don't know how many loans we are paying, from which season to which season. So I think we just have to have a published proper debt data that captures, even if it is from 1960 to date, the debts we have already paid, the debts borrowed from which source, the interest being charged, because these our guys are so evil. They can even go for a debt which has got high interest so that they get kickbacks instead of even going for the one with a lower interest. They even can choose for us a debt which is incurring a lot of high interest and leave the one which is low interest if that low interest one they don't get a kickback. So they are here dealing in corruption, dealing with what is going to their stomach to an extent that they are now cursed. They can't solve our problems. These people are just cursed. They need to just pack and go peacefully. We don't have to fight in the streets. We don't have to keep on. They don't have to drag us like we are in a war. We are one Kenya. We love each other. We are here for love. We want just to change our country for better. We want our country not to be said like Singapore. We want our country to be better than Singapore, not being given examples that we could now be far like Singapore. We could now be far like Singapore. The people talking about South Korea and Singapore, they travel every day outside, but they don't want to implement what good things they see outside. The development they're seeing there, the good transport system they're seeing there. When they come to Kenya, they give us pictures in 2013 of SGR, which was supposed to be electric and very quick. Then what they implement on the ground is the opposite. They give us pictures of good international stadiums, which are world class, in their portal of when they were campaigning. What they implement actually, I don't think from 2013 to date there's any stadium these guys have ever finished. The ones they were supposed to do international stadium in 6 months, none of them up to date has never been finished. That's why even now the next Africa Cup of Nations, we have to host it 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, because even Kenya can't host anything. And those are the things which could be bringing on income, money exchange, giving boost to our youths, getting jobs, even if the visitors are just for some 1 month. If we could be hosting those matches. So the facilities are not being improved, the infrastructure is not being improved. So we have a lot of problems, and these guys are fixing none of them. We waste 5 years, every 5 years we waste, every 5 years we waste, every 5 years we waste. I think they should just accept they have failed and just leave us to fix this country without sending people to kill us. SRC, we should occupy SRC and insist that SRC has got power according to constitution to review the public wages for anyone. No one is above the law. So SRC doesn't even have excuse. They don't even need any other law to implement salary decrease. The law that the lawyers can help us with, they put something in the law that you cannot decrease. You can only review by increasing. So you see, that one, if as people, we the power with us, we can go and see how we can fix that, so that those salaries which are already been raised too high can be reduced down, so that they don't they don't hold us hostage, that you can't review salary backwards, but those salaries are too high according to our income. We can't be paying that salary even higher than the people who have money. We don't have money, we don't have oil, but we are paying even more salary than people who are producing oil like Saudi Arabia. So I think with those few remarks, we can continue. Ruto must go, and we can continue offering solutions. The dialogue that Ruto wants is already happening. If they are blind, if they are for some reason deaf, they can't hear it, that's how they will come again and start saying, how did this happen? So I will encourage them to listen to solution, to listen to the problems and start fixing them. There's nothing we are going to talk about. Every problem in Kenya is known by everyone. Solutions are many. They pick the best solution and solve them, and then the country can move on successfully with everyone included. Thank you very much for giving me the mic.
So, thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Vinny. So, that's a really powerful submission. Thank you for breaking it down so clearly. Next up, let us have John Jr. Then immediately after John Jr., Junior John. I'm not sure what's the order. Yeah, John Jr. You could go, and then we could have Sami something, Sami G.
Hi everyone, hope mko fiti, mnanisikia vizuri?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, thanks for asante for the opportunity. Thanks to the host for putting together this over the past couple of weeks or so. Tumekuwa tukifuatilia na tunashukuru. As everybody has said before, our condolences to the people who've lost loved ones, who are still looking for loved ones. Kuna wase bado wanatafutwa. As a result of the abductions that have happened during this process. It's our prayer that everybody who's working so hard to help them be found, including LSK and all the lawyers, watasaidia watu wapatikane. And to the people who are behind it, I know, maybe wherever they may be, if they're listening, they listen to this recording, but nothing is hidden on this planet. Let nobody lie to you. I work in technology. So mtu asikudanganye that you can hide behind the orders or the instructions of your superiors. I'll just say this plainly, even when somebody kidnaps you, wazimesimu, their own phones are your phone, the kidnappers' phones are assisting your phone in reporting the history of where you've been and where you've been taken. And I believe that as tech bros wakizidi kuchambua hii maneno, all that history will come to light. With respect to the future, as many speakers have said, we cannot trust Ruto. Hatuwezi trust umse. Tusisahau 2007, tusisahau post-election clashes, like the 92 clashes, tusisahau, and everything that Holmes Arifanya and the people who are around him to disappear the witnesses from the ICC case. At that time, Ruto was the deputy president. Sahi, hakuna mtu wako juu yake. He listens to no one. Everybody has to follow his instructions, whether it's special groups in the police and compromised special groups in the military, they'll follow his instructions. The machinery of the NIS is behind him. So if Ruto remains, he will, I guarantee you, apply those excellent resources that the state of Kenya has, bend them to his will, corrupt them to achieve the aim of hunting down leaders, perceived or otherwise. So Ruto cannot stay. He must. And that's the truth. In addition, we need the IBC back. But if the IBC is to be reconstituted, as a previous speaker has said, the current administration should not drive this process. What are compromised IT systems or continuing the plan to compromise IT systems that are guaranteed to give us free and fair elections? That will not happen. They'll put their people in areas of authority at the IBC and we will not have free and fair elections. So the thing that we should be focusing on as people who are contributing to this movement of Ruto Must Go is he should transition out, hand over the affairs of state properly to whoever is going to take up after him. But Ruto cannot be trusted. Ruto must go. As part of this process, I feel like the current privatization of state corporations needs to stop because the privatization of state corporations is engineered to benefit people in this administration. Devalue state corporations, not invest in them, make the asset look like it's not worth anything, sell it for a cheap price to people in the administration, then they benefit from all the investment that has been done into those state corporations by the people of Kenya from before even I was born. SHIF should not go through. They need to reform the NHIF. The people who are behind Visangaza clinics, Visangaza NHIF, Visangaza is all the visangas that have been going on from Kibaki's government in NHIF till date, behind the police circle, the police healthcare system, the teacher service healthcare system, izo visanga zote cannot be the people who are responsible for building a new healthcare infrastructure for Kenya. That I feel like that is something that we need to keep our eye on, and as Kenyans lazima tuseme, that needs to stop. Ruto is still gaslighting the people of Kenya. He's still gaslighting the whole world. I'm assign the order that went back to Parliament today, talking about a instruction to the Treasury and line ministries to reduce expenditure by 396 billion. They should not sacrifice development and social services in the name of austerity. If they want to reduce expenditure, they must reduce corruption. And sisemi mambo ya kusema tenda ya 1 billion ya State House furniture imepunguzwa to 250 million or 10 million, which is what is more realistic. Hapana, sisemi hizo. Nasema zile tenda za the way it's a 60% kickback, tenders are 70% kickback, tenders nenda kwa kampuni yake ya ndege, kampuni yake ya insurance. Those are the things, those mandated line item corruption, which is in his manifesto, that if you were to talk to somebody who's in the administration, they'll tell you, I have a line item to deliver this amount of money to the president's enterprises. Those are the ones that we want to see reduced and stopped. And not just for the president, but administration, yote. Everyone in the civil service, in the security services, in the military, we want to see that's the corruption that needs to stop. Now, and if that corruption stops, there will be enough money for development, enough money for social services, and money left over to pay our debts. Kama Huyu Mse and his administration are not doing that, they are lying, they are not worth other to chance. No matter what our parents say, we should not. And I'm speaking as a millennial, speaking to my fellow millennials. We're the technocrats. We're the people who facilitate the stealing. We are the people who have the knowledge and the education. We hide the money. I am speaking honestly. It is people my age who help the Rutos, who help the Mois, who help the Sainis, everybody to hide their money. We're the people who do the technical work on the project, where the kickback that goes to somebody in government is 70% of the project cost, and we're paid from the 30%. And my motivation is to take care of my family, focusing to provide for my family. I've got enough for me. What they do with the rest, si shida yangu, my conscience is clean. That's where millennials, we must stop. We must learn to say no. We know where the skeletons are hidden, and we must start to speak. Wherever we are, upande civil service, upande private sector, upande security agencies, we millennials who are in those management positions, we must support our children who are the Gen Z, our brothers, our sisters, and do the right thing. So I'm getting ready to wind up. Another thing is it's not leaders who will solve this. Currently, there's a push for us to identify our leaders who will speak for us. Even if we did identify leaders to speak for us, it's not that tutachagua a saint aingia kwa office ya the president atatue shida zote za Kenya. No, the problem that Kenya is in today will only be solved by everybody continuing to be engaged, to speak up, to know their rights, to question, to point out ills, to ensure prosecution is done, to call out bullshit that is happening in this country. So it's not that we elect a leader and we're going back to Kazi Kamagawa. No, we must be invested in loving our countries, in loving where we live. We must be invested in making sure that the law and the constitution is followed, and that we create a better future a better now and a better future for our children and the generations to come. This would mean that as the transition happens after Ruto goes, there'll be more referendums, because there are many things that tunasema an act will do or the government will do. No, some of these things need to be referendums, because the constitution is a living document that changes over time as society changes. So I feel like the last thing that I'd like to say is the only way that Kenya will not find itself in this position again is if we end up with somebody who can separate or dismantle the imperial presidency. We need a head of government and a head of state. Having them both in the same person makes it so alluring to have somebody like Ruto, who is, to be honest, the worst possible person to have, a person with no conscience to be in that position. And if we don't fight for our country now, he will destroy our country. And akiharibu Kenya, East Africa will follow. So as people who care about our country, as people who are listening, let's start saying no. Let's point out where these skeletons are happening. Hizi visanga zifichuliwe. See, they're not hinting, zifichuliwe. Kama Assange alikaa miaka sijui ngapi kwa jela na alifichwa nini za state, tunaogopa kufichwa vitu za Ruto. This world, anyway, we must do the right thing. And I believe if we change, East Africa will change with us. And maybe 20, 30 years down the line, East Africa will be a one united region. And imagine what we will do in this world, instead of us being just divided from the state level down to the village and tribe level. Again, Ruto must go. And if you're listening here to go and report to him, this is my express quote for you. Ruto has never faced consequences in his life. He quotes the Bible. He is not a Christian. He is not a man of faith. He's self-serving and only cares about building and eating for himself. Ruto, your time is coming. The Bible says it is better to fall into the hands of God than to fall into the judgment of men. My prayer for you is that God will allow man to judge you for everything you have done. You cannot turn away from the evil you're doing. You cannot back down. You cannot bend. You cannot do the right thing. My prayer for you is that God will let us judge you, that you will fall into the hands of man so you can pay and pay dearly for everything umefanya kutoka 92, 98, 07, and this weekend and this past week umetuma makarao wapige watoi risasi za kichwa. Haki ya Mungu. Mungu kama natusikia, atuache tumanyane na wewe, tumenyane na wewe, not ICC. Fall into the hands of men. I am done.
Thank you so. Oh God, that was so powerful. Thank you so much, John. You're right. I have been saying this for some time, which is, I think middle class and upper class Kenyans are very much to blame for the situation that we are in, and the increased impunity and how blatant corruption. I mean, politicians have become corrupt because middle class and upper class people, especially the older generations, they turned a blind eye to corruption and bad leaders as long as they were allowed to do business. As long as, and our folks would say that all the time, like, ai, mi borake kazi yangu inaendelea, mimi mambo za serikali staki kujua. Like they would steer clear from government affairs as long as their biasharas were running, as long as they could still buy land and invest and they could travel at will. Sai, the reason the situation is the way it is because now all of a sudden middle class have realized they can't enjoy the privileges and the comforts that used to be there. Like Kitambo, if you just had money, you'd be fine. Now, even if you have some money, you're still extremely uncomfortable. So you're right, people need to stop turning a blind eye to corruption and bad stuff. And kama unajua any secrets za hawa watu, everything you know about these people, Aki, now is the time to out them. Now is the time to hit them where it hurts. Kama you're afraid to post stuff that could get you in trouble, because obviously we need you to be safe. And I've been saying this from the start. You could check my timeline. My number is always posted on there. There's a WhatsApp line that's always on. I'm going to put that on Signal as well, and you could just find me on there. You could DM me, you could DM Kimuzi, you could DM Wangeshi. These are the influencers I know who are not in Kenya, so it would be harder for the government to, like victimize us or whatever. So if
Jelani,
there's anything you need posted,
yeah, they
yes.
can DM me, but for reply currently it's too many DMs. I'm really struggling, so they should understand that the DMs are too many, too many.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So pia ukituma usi expect immediate response because enyewe ma DMs ni ukweli ziko mob. So but anything you want said or anything unaogopa kupost, na si hizo picha mnazungusha huku za ati please hide ID na hata mtu ajui kwenye iko, because that's pure psyops. Tell me something that is first hand, something that you know, something that you can verify. I will 1000% post it on that same day. Like I'll not, okay, well, not that same day, depending on how my DMs look like, but I will post it. So now is the time to hit them where it hurts. Santeni, let's have Kimuzi. You had something to add?
no, maybe Gladys can speak because she joined as a speaker a very long time ago.
Yes, Gladys, you can go ahead.
You can hear?
No, is she speaking? Gladys? Okay, as we wait for Gladys, we can have
Preferably a lady then a man because the men have spoken. Maybe Mwari or Bina.
Mware, you ready?
Hello, good evening.
Hi.
Mnanisikia?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can hear
tunakusikia.
you.
So, all right. So poleni sana to everyone that was caught up in the violence that the police meted on Kenyans in the streets. And I really love to commend all Gen Zs, everyone on the front line, for what they did and for taking a decisive act in doing the right thing, because Parliament has really taken Kenyans on a ride, a blind ride, and it has been a ride on a steep, on a steepy, like on a slopy hill. So I'd like to bring to your attention the National Environmental Management law. It was passed into that sometime last year, slightly before the COP 20 somethings event, yeah, and the series of events. So that bill does not at any one point factor or bring in the people that are doing the environmental work in our urban centers and also in our mtaani, huko vijijini. It does not bring them on board anywhere. That is to say that every money that is disbursed by the Treasury to go to climate change activities, it goes to allowances at the national level and at the county level in the boards that these people sit, these elected guys sit in. They write for themselves allowances, and then the meetings end at the sub-county level, and it doesn't get down to the people that are always emptying our garbages in the city, the people that are always doing the environmental work of planting the trees in the community. Nothing gets to them. So they do the bulk of the work, and their work is unrecognized, it's unappreciated, and such is the story of every young millennial and Gen Z in this country. We are not factored anywhere in the national agenda. And if we are, then we are the people that are sharing information about our communities, but nothing is coming back to the community. I mean, they're so good with collecting information, and especially during public participation activities, but they plant people strategically to rubber stamp their agenda. And then we, the progressive that are stuck here in these pages, in these conversations, our sentiments never get anywhere. I've been told there was two versions of the reject finance bill, of that bill, of the finance bill. One with, I think, 300 pages and another one with, I think, 400 pages. That is to tell you that one document was publicly endorsed and the other one was publicly edited, like amended and shared with them, but they still chose to go with the first document. What a shame. All in the name of party politics. That because now the executive is interfering with the legislature, they can get away with everything, and the executive can now command the majority leader in a way that now he calls the shots everywhere. And that is a problem. It's three independent, I don't want to even call them arms of the government, but they should be actually called arms of governance. The executive, legislature, the judiciary. So the executive wants to take power, wants to control treasury. What I was talking about, using treasury like their pocket money kitty. Yeah. Then again, we have an issue in Kenya. And if you've observed, since January, the levels of inflation were really high and the cost of living has really tremendously remained high. Like it's logical. Guys, after the dollar, like and the shilling now, the cost coming down, we expected that inflation will come down and things will become affordable. But it's strategically the essentials, the kitchen essentials that were the prices were brought down, but no improvements have been done in the manufacturing sector. I mean, it was just a strategic lowering of prices for a reason.
but not to entirely stem the issue of inflation. So where is the money? Where is the money disappearing to? This revenue that they are collecting, because it's not translating to projects or activity or economic growth and economic development, where is it? Where is this money? Could there be a chance that someone is accumulating and accumulating and accumulating loads and loads of what the public is collected from the public and amassing it in like dead accounts? Like money is just sitting there and it's not like circulating. And then we are wondering why the cost of living is not lowering. And it's because money is out there and it's idle, because it's like frozen assets. It should be liquid money. It should be circulating in the economy. Where is the money? Where is the money at? And I'm here to also share the plight of young women in all this struggle. And on average, every household, every income that is contributed to a household, 60% of that income goes to household uses. Our economy is right where it is at. It's pressing everyone at the shoe. It's pinching. And we had been quiet, especially we millennials and Gen X. We had been quiet because we know we are complacent, either in our silence or we've tried and, like we were deserted. Like some of us, I heard there's a name in the street, the voice in the wilderness. Some of us were voices in the wilderness because we were trying to say these things from back as 2015. We were trying to say, guys, there's pilferage in our money, like in our cash flow system, and it needs to be stemmed. And like our call was not getting out there. And the government, by the way, the intelligence, they will always cherry pick, and they will look at who is at the strength and at the heart, who has numbers, who is pushing this conversation. When we arrest them, what does this movement gain to lose or gain to benefit? Yeah. So they will listen, and they will continue to look at who is at the heart of these conversations. But that should not cow us, because this is a conversation that was late. It was late, and I'm beginning to get scared of what Betty can see, what Betty can dream about, because we saw this coming. We talked about it. I'm scared to go back to places I've done, like those lonely and boring Facebook posts and tweets where you're saying things will go down this way, and then eventually we are here. We're having this unwanted conversation about a country that has a service economy that is taxed and it's bleeding. We have service economy. We have zero production in this country. We are importing more than we are, like there's an overflow of what is brought into this country from all sectors, whether ni mitumba, sijui whether ni nini, but the people have zero purchasing power. So hii pesa iko wapi? So on matters of leadership, I'm professionally a journalist, and I'll tell you this, guys, don't be scared about seeing people getting invited into media interviews. Actually, treat that as just a side thing that is happening, like the people have side events. Ask yourself, is what they're going to do in the studio piling pressure on what we are talking about? They don't entirely speak for us, actually, because they are cherry-picked. But it's because it's sensational. This Gen Z thing movement is also sensational. I mean, it's beautiful. It's such a beautiful trouble, such an amazing uprising. I mean, you guys, I know you realize what just happened in Kenya is actually an uprising, right? So it's a beautiful thing to actually look at and admire and feel like, when I was young, did I have this kind of vibrancy? When I was their age, did I have this kind of energy? Did I have this kind of conviction? Did they have this kind of numbers? So they will always invite these people, and they'll always go and talk. So that shouldn't deter anyone. No, it shouldn't. If anything, it should fuel your zeal into saying, this is our clarion call and we are pushing this further. And then again, there's something called the spectrum of allies. The spectrum of allies is all about looking at who is for us and who is not for us, and who is neutral. I think I'd just like to end it at that. So just look at who is for us, who is not for us. And if it's all about leaders, We have the potential. Like, hey, I'm told, or I read somewhere that the late president, the third president, Mwai Kibaki, first got into civil service at 21. So who said we can't elect you people at 21? I mean, we have Toto. Look at what she has done to the youth of this country. Ameruka watu. Why? Because of allegiance, I don't know, loyalty, CG, all this. Because her judgment is clouded. Is it her fault? I don't know. I don't know whether it's her fault. Does it mean she sees or she doesn't see? Is it her fault that she's cushioned in a way that she cannot now identify with her previous struggles? Because guys, MPs are cushioned. Where these guys cannot feel not even the slightest ripple effect of petroleum hikes. They cannot feel it. They are cushioned. They cushioned themselves. You saw how they disappeared from parliament. You did, yeah? You did. Yeah? So they are really cushioned. So they don't know what you guys are talking about. So we must stop talking to ourselves and speak to them. Speak to the rest of the Kenyans that do not know what is happening to come and be with us. Because that is what, again, the civil society does. The civil society speaks to itself. We've been organizing and mobilizing to ourselves. We've been having small wins of people subscribing to what we do. But there's no single day the civil society is going to be at the forefront of people power. Civil society will always sharpen the tools and the minds of people to understand what is happening. But nakwambia, what Gen Z has done, civil society ilisharpen watu na ilieducate watu. In fact, they have done a very amazing job on civic education. But the thing is, we have not expanded our circles in ways that we accommodate people in nonviolent ways. And always in nonviolent ways, there's a space for everyone. So from wherever side you're pulling, and I'm repeating this, I said this in a space before, from wherever you're pulling, continue pulling, because that is how we weave this basket. And this basket imekuwa ikikuliwa na panya hapa chini for some time. Pilferage imekuwa. Hatulindi rasilimali yetu kama Wakenya. Ama hatuko tunafanya hivyo. Lakini sasa, you guys, our win is in numbers. So we can't afford to organize away from the streets. The streets must be part of the larger struggle. And the struggle means that we are organizing from whichever way and side for as long as it's non-violent and it's winning for us. Because guys, there's someone who's going to solve his self-interest and the interest of people in other different continents that want to continue using Africa. And Kenya is at the heart of the growth of Africa. So we cannot continue to ignore that the rest of Africa is not watching us. It is watching us. Africa is watching us. Hey, hello, it's watching us. We have such a beautiful flag. We take pride in being that country where is the resting place of God. You go have a look at the AU fact book about Africa. Go have a look at the AU fact book about Africa and the facts about Africa and facts about Kenya. We haven't even touched into our potential. 40% of our potential is Kenya. And we cannot afford to see the service economy crumble because we cannot afford to reach out and see who are our allies. The unions, the doctors you're talking about, the WHO, you've seen what they've done. They are our allies and we need to continue inviting more of them. And lastly, guys, they have taken our water. They have privatized it. And I'm telling you, they have attacked Article 43 of our Constitution. Big time. So before they come for the Bill of Rights, that is Article 19, we need to continue being vigilant, or we need to have a total overhaul. So I don't know how we're going to organize in ways that we take political power back to the people, which we already did through exercising Article 1 of the sovereignty of the people. But I'm saying that it's possible and it can be done. And sometimes doing no one's job is a very hard job, but I'm really commending anyone that is doing the no one's job, because either way it has to be done. So guys, have a lovely night, and it's amazing listening to you all. God bless you and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Moire. Thank you so much. Let's have Mr. Ndeko.
Jelani, before he speaks,
Mhm.
I'm really happy that people are talking about the most important, the crucial issues, how we are silently losing our country, and yet we're the hub of the African economic growth. Like, we should really insist on this. You see, these people are stealing because they have seen the potential. I realize Ruto is don't think that guy is foolish. He sees what other people doesn't see. When I talked about carbon credits last year, Ruto visited the COP27 that happened in Cairo. When he visited the COP27 that happened in Cairo, 1 week later, after getting information there, I used to know about carbon credits since 2022. When he visited the COP27 in Cairo, he came back and delegated a Kakamega forest for Mama Rachel. I heard that they took it. I don't understand how they took it, but it was under Mama Rachel for some time, the wife, and people started planting trees, and they don't know why they are planting trees. We are not having national holidays for planting trees. The COP28 this year that happened in UAE, United Arab Emirates, exposed Ruto who he was. People doesn't know how carbon credits work. People doesn't know that in the northern frontier district up there, not even northern frontier district in Marsabit, in Samburu, communities are suffering while carbon credits are being sold. What does this mean to the future? What does this mean to our future? Will we grow in industry? We will never grow in industry because one thing, we will have sold our carbon credits, and will Ruto be there? Ruto won't be there. It will be a dynasty. So it's better you correct this problem right now when you have a chance, before you have another Moi, before you have another Kenyatta, before you have another Nyachai, before you have all these dynasties. You must control. Our parents never corrected these problems. That's why we are suffering. That's why now many youths are unemployed. That's why us graduates are doing menial jobs with very foolish people in diaspora. That's why we are working, and our ministries back in Kenya, we have very stupid people in the ministries, in the all the industries, in the even private companies doesn't we don't have a problem with them because they can do what they want to do, but the government institution, it's a big problem. So what she has highlighted, it's so. Never underrate Ruto. That's what I'm always telling people. Never underrate that man. He sees what other Kenyans doesn't see. And I've realized many Kenyans lack information. And this lacking of information is where these politicians really utilize. They utilize this lack of information to their advantage. So we should really talk about this. We should point out. Actually, I wanted to organize another space to talk about the government atrocities, the leaders. We need to deconstruct our leaders. Let's know about Kimani Chungwa. I hear he owns something 300 million. He's like the governor of Kiambu. Let's deconstruct a person like Mandag who stole Finland. Let's deconstruct Murkomen. Let's deconstruct all leaders. How can you donate 20 million and yet you're not working? How can you, and you're being paid like an MP for Sudi? Even Bill Gates doesn't donate such. Even if you're in America, yeah, we can know that you are getting paid by software. Even these musicians, they are getting paid. But you donate 20 million, donating while asking people moja mbili while they're clapping, because those people doesn't have information. I don't blame the people in the ground. Never say people are foolish. Do civic education to your parents, to your neighbors, to your village mates. You have the power of information. I was for Ruta, but for now I know what he is, and I know the kind of a person he is, and he won't rest until he become a dynasty. Right now, anyway, I don't want to talk more. I'll talk more tomorrow. Let's give the next speaker. Jelan, who was the next speaker? Jen,
Uh,
Jen,
J-
Jen, Jen Zach
Diko,
something.
Diko,
Oh, okay, okay.
Diko. Diko, are you speaking?
Sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I keep my mic on mute and it was still on mute when I started speaking. So sorry about that. So I was saying, thank you, Kimuzi, for the space. Thank you, Lee, for hosting. Okay, I have a lot of stories, but I'm going to try to, as much as possible, to summarize. The first thing that we need to understand is that we are beyond the point of any form of negotiation about anything long term with William Ruto and his administration and the current negotiating with them. The Rubicon was crossed on Tuesday, on the 25th. We are not going. We've never had an internet shutdown. The first shutdown in Kenya occurred on the afternoon of 25th of June 2024. This has never happened in Kenya. In fact, I work in tech, so I used to when talking to other folks in tech from around Africa, and they are talking about internet censorship and that kind of thing, I was like, oh, this kind of thing doesn't happen in Kenya. We cannot condone it. And that was the position until it happened. So we are past the point of no return. There is no room for negotiation about anything that is long term with William Ruto. Secondly, I'll just want to touch on carbon credits and this whole climate conversation from where we stand, because I think I've seen a little, and I think I know what is going on. For the avoidance of doubt, with respect to Africa, this is 100% a land and resource grab. There is nothing for us in it. It's basically these people are coming here pretending that they are trading carbon credits and pretending that they have money from wherever and wherever in order to make sure that we have no access to our land and we have no access to the resources that are on this land and under this land. I don't know whether you guys are familiar with what the British did after the Second World War and after the state of emergency was declared in Kenya, and how we came to have all these so-called national parks. So the British are very cunning people. So they commissioned a lot of surveys in Kenya, and some of these surveys were geological surveys, and they went across the entire country, pinpointing which areas were rich in what minerals, and most of these were actually gazetted as protected lands. You can just go and look that up. If anyone needs any additional material, I have some material I came across recently that I can share. So, secondly, see what is happening in, like Emuzi had said, in northern Kenya, because contrary to most people's opinion, northern and the entire northern Kenya, and actually even the southeast Kenya going to the coast, is extremely rich in terms of mineral resources and whatever lies under the soil. What is happening with people like NRT and all these conservancies and NGOs purporting to be trading carbon credits? Some are even corporations. So you begin to wonder, why are all these institutions not Kenyan owned? Why are all of them foreign? And what exactly is their interest in these lands? Because again, they are vast. We are talking hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon thousands of acres, because in northern Kenya, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 acres is nothing. So these are the questions that need to be asked. Another thing that I've noted is, I don't know whether you guys have noted that these people actually have private militia, which is illegal. They have private militia. They are very well equipped. They have air fleets.
This fixed plane, they have helicopters, and you wonder, so if this is a conservancy, why do they need a private militia and why do they need choppers? Because the next step is going to be they'll have light attack helicopters. Before we know it, they have things like an Apache. An Apache is an helicopter gunship, and now the entire nation does not have an Apache. If someone has an Apache and they're armed with missiles, what are you going to do to them? These are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. I don't know whether you guys have seen what has been happening in northern Tanzania with the eviction of the Maasai, and it's this entire carbon credit thing, and people want to hunt and all these kinds of things. And this has been orchestrated by the Tanzanian government because they have some agreement with the United Arab Emirates. This is the same thing that is coming to Kenya, because that is basically forceful removal because your government has negotiated a contract with a foreign entity or a foreign government. Now the foreign entity who come in with their private militia want you off the land. Okay. Another interesting thing that I saw with the NRT and such people is they are now purporting to come here to teach pastoralists how to coexist with wildlife and the best ways to graze and that kind of thing. And I wondered, what does an American or someone from Northern Europe know about pastoralism? We all know what the Americans did. For example, okay, to all the wildlife that was in North America before they went there. A good example is what they did to the wild buffalo in Northern America, which I think we have hundreds now, but they almost drove those to extinction. So how are people who have driven wildlife in their lands, in their lands of origin to extinction, what do they have to tell us about wildlife conservation? These are really strange things that I'm seeing happening. Okay, now let's get back to what I really wanted to say. So, for the avoidance of doubt, Ruto is like a career, like a grifter. He's a grifter. This is a person who began his career with Youth for Kano 92. We all know what happened to the Kenyan economy because of the kind of printing of money that happened before the election of 1992. Because before that period, and this, of course, was compounded by Goldenberg, but we jumped from the shilling exchanging to around 21, 22 shillings to the shilling going to 65, 70 shillings in a few months, and it was a total catastrophe. We have seen the clashes, or in the Rift Valley, the tribal clashes of the 90s. Who are orchestrating these things? Who was Uru's running mate in 2002? Wasn't it this same William Ruto? The thing I'm trying to put across here is that Kanu sneaked into power in 2013 and totally refused to implement the constitution, because most of the problems that we are facing right now stem from having a constitution that has not been implemented. If we had chapter 6, for example, people like William Ruto would not be in office today, and that applies to a lot of his lieutenants, both in parliament. People like Wetangula cannot even travel outside Kenya. They can't even go to Dubai. Why? Why do we have a person who is wanted by a foreign government for fraud and other crimes as the Speaker of a National Assembly? Like, it's a very shameful thing. Now, beyond what I can say or what anybody else can say about William Ruto and us not and it not being prudent in anyone who is interested in change or reform in Kenya, trusting them. What is he doing right now? We all saw the memo, was it yesterday or the day before, on Wednesday, sending the finance bill back to Parliament. But what did he do? Was it today? What did he do? He approved the appropriations bill. What does that tell you? It's just the same thing. Okay, who sent goons to the protests on Tuesday? Why was in there looting in the previous week when the demonstrations began? Who deployed snipers? Who has now deployed the military? Who is doing psyops on social media? Who is applying divisive tactics and basically trying to get ahead of what, according to them, from where I stand, from what appears to be just a PR crisis. So they're using the best way they know how, not realizing that we are actually in a serious constitutional crisis, because we're at the point where the citizen has decided to exercise their sovereignty directly. What does that mean? It means that the electorate has lost faith in the entire government, the elective arms at least, so the executive and the legislature. But he is still trying to paint it as if it's not a people-driven thing, as if he actually called us criminals. I should have said, good morning, fellow criminals. Anyway, the other thing that we need to realize is that I was in another space this week and I tried to tell people about how the West operates. One of the things that we need to understand is that the current, we are in the midst of a major geopolitical transition. So everyone is looking for allies. On one hand, you have the Anglophone West. On the other hand, you have Russia and China, and basically Russia and China, because those are the key ones. In the middle, playing both sides, you have the European Union. So everyone is trying to look for allies. I don't know if you guys have been keen about the things that have been happening here since William Ruto got elected. I don't know whether you guys have noticed that the head of the Air Force has been, the head of the US Air Force, the head of the RAF have been here, the head of the FBI has been here, the head of the US Coast Guard, the head of the US Army, the head of what they call the Africa Command, which is currently domiciled in Germany, was here. I don't know whether you guys are privy to the deals that were being signed with respect to the CDC and the US medical research, something which is involved in developing biotechnology for warfare. These people are currently looking for allies, and these are the same people who killed Patrice Lumumba in the Congo in the early 60s and imposed upon the Congo Mobutu Sese Seko, who was an absolute disaster for the country. The point I'm trying to make is that this man is bold because he has the backing of Uncle Sam. He has maybe some money. He is the reason he's making moves like deploying the military is basically because he knows the Americans have his back. Otherwise, there would have been no other reason. So forget about the West coming to your aid for your own good. Do not try to depend on the West. So the only negotiation that we can have with William Ruto is that he transforms into a kind of a temporary caretaker administration as we chart the way forward. I heard someone talking about William Ruto sacking his cabinet. We don't want him to sack his cabinet. In fact, we do not want him to name another cabinet. One of the things that you need to realize is that Kenya has been held by a criminal cartel since independence, because when the British were leaving, they left the chiefs and collaborators government and basically transformed the Home Guard Corps into our police. And that's why we have a very serious problem with both of those, because these are the people who are in the executive, these are the people who are in the legislature mostly, and these are the Home Guard Corps is what we call our police. What was the Home Guard Corps created to do? It was created to subdue the native. Isn't this what it has continued doing since 1963? It's the same thing that they are doing. That's why they kill us with abandon on the street. They are not there to protect the Kenyan. This is a colonial construct. Until we get to the point where we have reformed and come up with a new police force with different training methods that is meant to protect and serve, it's not going to change. And another thing is some of these things will not come by negotiating with the enemy. No, they don't. So another thing is that the way the corruption networks work is this. These people that have been appointed to these positions are given a target. You are supposed to bring in a billion or whatever amount this year from your ministry, or 2 billion, or that kind of thing. So these are people who have eaten together. It's not like people steal unilaterally. People steal as a group. These are cartels. They steal as a group. So this person lacks the moral authority to even sack anyone regarding corruption, because amongst Kenya's most corrupt people, he is one of them. He is one of the corruption kingpins. So he cannot change anything for the long term. That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, how do we move forward? In my opinion, according to our constitution, the legislature is the most powerful arm of government because they are constitutionally mandated to control the purse strings of government. They are the ones who make laws, making and amending laws, and they are the ones who exercise, most importantly, oversight over the executive, over the judiciary, over constitutional commissions, over the military, over the police, and anyone else, as long as they are an arm of the government of Kenya. It's Parliament that has the authority to oversee. The problem that we have is that now Ruto has co-opted Parliament, although this has been the case since 2013. We have not had any Parliament that we can speak of since 2013, and even maybe since 2008, although in between 2008 and 2013 at least, we had sufficient brain trust in Parliament to ensure that things did not degenerate to the levels that we are seeing. But now, here we are. So, the legislature for me is key. So, like people are saying here, the pressure that needs to be applied now is for the IEBC to be properly constituted so that we can drive these mass recalls. I've tried to do some math, and because people are both in Kenya, I'm thinking we need, right now, UDA has 179 MPs, ODM has 158, and there are 12 independents. I was thinking that if we could try to add, if we could have like 200 leaders in the National Assembly, whom we are sure that these people, number one, voted no for the finance bill, and we institute a mass recall such that we are able to gain at least 50, 60 seats, who are, of course, are going now to add numbers on the side of the opposition. Then we can move on to the next step, which is impeachment, because only Parliament can impeach a sitting president. Okay, so the other thing that we need to address, although this is now moving forward, is the issue of political parties. If you look at, everyone knows about this, so let me not waste anyone's time. We need political parties that are based on a clear ideology. So that is my
Ndiko,
sense. Yes.
yeah, kindly wind up. There are like 9 speakers now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm actually winding up right now. So we need political parties with a clear ideology. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me, and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we go next to a lady, then a gentleman. maybe Bina or Keira, one of you, then we go to another culture. Bina? Okay, Keira, you can go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I hope all of you are doing well. Yeah. My point today is to talk about youth empowerment to join to vie for electoral seats. In that, you see these MPs who are in parliament right now, most of them were supported by the president, let's say the president. That's why they were on his side, in that they might risk okay, I'm sorry. You see these MPs who are in position right now, most of them were supported by the president. That's why they have to they have to be on his side. Let's say, what if we support our own youths, because the qualification for an MP is 21 years, so that in parliament we'll be having our own people who doesn't rely on anyone for their seat, who just have to talk for the people, because most of the MPs were supported by, let's say, the president or other political leaders. That's why they can't make the decisions for the common mwananchis. And then there's this criteria that commonly happens during elections. You'll find out that a politician will come out selling their Nisera, yeah, they'll come out sending their manifestos in form of giving the people 50s and 100, which is not correct, but people go in to vote for who gives them the most, who gives them 200 instead of 50. What if we support our own youth and make sure that every youth out here is going to vote? Because the youths in Kenya carry the largest population, but it's so unfortunate that in the voters, you will find out that we have very few youths voting. What if in the coming elections, every youth goes out there and votes, and we support our fellow youths, because most of the youths don't have enough funds to fund the elections. That's why you'll see that most youths won't stand for their selves. You find sometimes someone wants to be an MP, but due to lack of funds, you find out that this youth will merge with politicians who has more funds, so that you'll find out that this politician is an old man or an old lady, but the youths go ahead and lose the seat. Another point that I'm going to talk about is, what if we push for centralization of sectors? Let's say agriculture in Kenya. You can see agriculture is really failing, and this is because it was decentralized to the counties. Because I'm taking a course in agriculture at Egerton currently, and when there is a decentralization of these sectors, let's say agriculture, this is what decentralization is what brings about a lot of corruption, and it also makes to be a lot of, let's say, what can I call them? Those people, yeah, brokers in the market, because the farmers cannot access the market so easily. You'll find out that these farmers need to rely on brokers, which affects really this agriculture. What if we focus on the centralization of these sectors? Let's say, for example, agriculture. For now, the only sector that is decentralized, an example, is education, which is working pretty well because it is centralized. But the ones that have been decentralized, let's say the agriculture sector, the health sector, all of them, they are failing because of corruption and brokers coming in. Another thing that I want to say is that we continue keeping on these spaces and having a topic to talk on weekly so that we can keep on learning more. It is bringing youth together, even those ones that are in high school. When they will finish high school, they'll find these spaces and they will get educated so that when they will vote, they know what they are doing, not just voting for someone who just pops out in their area, let's say in their constituency, and then they be loud, so you find out people are supporting the loudest one, not knowing what they have done. So we keep on these spaces so that you can keep on educating each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Culture Kenya, you can go ahead because you have raised your hand too much. Culture Kenya,
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you pretty well.
Oh, okay, perfect. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I read a lot of war books and a lot of movies, and one thing I realized some people didn't know is you are actually we are at war. It's almost because we have somebody who's declared war on us. If you're killing kids, but we seem to be a little bit like we can negotiate, we can talk. And if you just look at the history books, even the most recent thing is like Osama bin Laden kept telling the US, like, we're at war with you. And the US was like, they can't do anything until the towers collapsed. And I feel like this government has declared war on its citizens already. And it's just, I know it's kind of scary, but that's where we are. And we need to look at it like that. And the other thing also is the church. And I was talking to my grandmother, and my grandmother was telling me, the Mau Mau were the same. They were really young. They were 20, 21, 22. And they had the same challenges, that they were saying that their parents were zombies. They were just brainwashed by the church. So they decided to go to the forest and fight. And I have trauma because I used to hear my grandmother crying because of Moi. And that thing has stayed in me all this time. You're just like, so when this guy was chosen, I was like, damn, now as an adult, I have to go through this. Because every time I could hear him talking. Now, the whole thing about Ruto talking in the US Congress, I wrote something on X. I was like, I write to my governor because I'm in the US. I write, and somebody, I didn't even get any likes, maybe one. And somebody laughed at me. And then I sent a letter to my governor about him. And later I learned that that they were saying the thing they didn't want to say is that a lot of people in the diaspora had written letters. I don't know if that's the truth, but I did write a letter to my congressman, because here, if you write a letter to your governor, they actually answer you back. They say they received your letter. So I don't know if that worked. And also, people are saying that we're fighting among ourselves, but they're also fighting among themselves. Just look at them. It's the same. Yes, we might be kind of having, we might have different ideas, but look at them. They are trying, or they are conflicted. The vice president is saying one thing, the president is saying another thing. So they're also going through the same thing we are going. And the thing is, they've never had to encounter something like this. The other thing I also wanted to say is, I just realized we're not free. This constitution is not working for us, and we're not free people in our own country. Ruto had the same talking points when he came back at the housing jobs. So unataka watu waende shule wafanye kazi ya mjengo, because I know you're not going to give us those accounting jobs. So unataka watu wafanye kazi ya mjengo, or you want to ship people outside the country. And me, let me tell you the truth. Me, I suffered in this Mzungu country before I was stable. And when I went, and I'm trying to go back, I'm like, you know what? I'm at a position now I want to go back. But even when you try to go back and you have money, it's not like they make it easy for you to start a business or anything, although it's a little bit easier. But don't try and ship our people overseas. This is a white man's land. It's not our country. And my mother used to remind me, just know this is not your country. Um, and I know there are a lot of people in the diaspora who are helping in this movement. Just know, guys, we are 4 billion strong. We contribute 4 billion. We are a force to reckon with. We can pump money in any candidate. Okay, we can write letters. When Ruto comes out here, we can go and demonstrate. We can fight our fights too. And I guess we've accomplished one thing. We've accomplished a couple of things, but there's one thing Ruto, I think I can say was a home run. We've damaged his reputation in the world. New York Times, Bloomberg Report, Al Jazeera. You know, he was the saint. He was the African darling walking around here, talking about Africa this, Africa that. We're going to do that. Alafu anakuja hapa anatudanganya ati Bill Gates or whoever has 5,000 jobs for us. So we've damaged his reputation. I don't think anybody else will cozy up to him the way they were doing. And if they do, we are here. We'll apply pressure on our end. But that's all I wanted to say. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Rest in peace to everybody who's mourning a loved one. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that input. Kengara or academics, you can take the mic. Or Shlubs, there is a Shlubs here. Add
Yeah.
DVD.
Okay.
Can
My name
can you kindly mute your mic before?
I think is muted.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay. Yes, my name is Hadi. I'm a Kenyan at heart and a Kenyan by birth. I presume you all can hear me. So yes, I'll continue. First thing I'd want to ask is I'd like to table it like e-government inatubeba ufala. It is taking us for a ride, because why the heck should they say, or one part of that government say, that they did not have intelligence reports, yet we can see that the IMF already knew that they're going to be protests, and they categorized them and they told the government stay hard, stay put. So they knew this thing, they chose to ignore us, and that is why we must keep our voices heard. Another thing I'd like to say is there's no need for sideshows. Like a while ago I saw our roaming chef was here, Ombachi, and 5 people. Just for as an example, like if it is banter, please make sure you clarify by the end that it is banter. And even as you banter, kwa hizo post, work at the hashtags Ruto must go now. That is what we want. That is the end goal, to pull everyone towards the common cause. When they're speaking about leaders, what I know, and I'll use whatever has been working for the systems that I've been seeing all around. You see, like, okay, yeah, I'm in campus, and one thing that phases campus people is sherehe. So when people are going for sherehe and all that stuff, you don't really have to know whether the club is popping. You just need to have your own set of people. Your 5, 6, the clique of 8, the clique of 3 that you are, whichever number. Mkienda, mnasema mnaenda. You just have to be ready and set as the 3 of you, the 4 of you, the 5, the 6, whatever number, and go. So when we are going, we know what we're going to do. You will see other groups of people going to do the same thing, but you know you're going there as a small group, a small function. Now, atam kipatana huko, you'll be like, oh, we're all going here. The same way with this protest. What we're going to do is take your few friends, your 1, 2, 3, 4 people you know, and the way the group dynamics are amongst friends, be there, tell each other, we are going to fight for our country. Whether the others are going to go or not, we're going to go. Because on Thursday, what I saw, that's what we did with some of my friends. We decided we're going, and we were in town only to find that people are not there. But we still had to start. We even started making noise. We started like protests. Thursday in town started at City Market, hapo Kenyatta, hiyo City Market yenye inakuanga Mwindi Mbingu Street. They started there, and from then on ikaenda ka wave hadi huko chini downtown, and things were happening and popping. You just need that psych. But like what I'm just saying is to mobilize each other. The group of people you can reach as a person, the small person that you are, get to them, make sure you go, na mtapata mkoko wengi. Our strength is in our numbers. On Thursday, we were really terrorized because numbers were few. I even, like, the whole of, let's say from 3 to 5, because I left town at 5. I was fortunate enough to leave. I know of people who walishikwa huko chini. People who are not even engaged in protests, bado walikuwa wanashikwa because of profiling. People were saying that, or not the people, but police, they were just saying anyone who looks young, anyone who looks to be within the bracket of like 20 to 25, anaingia kwa Mariamu. And right now, there are very many people who are in police stations, Kamukunji, Central, others who have been taken elsewhere, I think Pangani and Mutaiga, sorry, because they were just, the only problem was they were in town, and there are others who are protesting for their rights because they were on an onslaught. So, but tukiwa wengi, there's nothing of the sort that will happen. So, if we are there, our strength is in our numbers. Let us all show, let us all pop. I'd like to remind you guys of something about the Mau Mau, because this is similar. They were fighting for their independence. We are fighting for our economic and constitutional independence. We want to be free from Western powers, from the shackles of Western dictated debts. We want to be free from the shackles of any foreign dictated debts. We want to be free to manage our own resources, to manage our own powers, our own abilities as citizens, to exert our constitutional power within our state and jurisdiction. We want that freedom and that right back. It is our right. It is the first article of the Constitution says that we are the sovereign power. So we want it back. And yes, so it is similar to what the Mau Mau are doing. And within the Mau Mau, one of the things that led to the beginning of the end was when one General Mathenge and General Dedan Kimathi had factions. One was in Nyeri, the other one, they were operating on different sides. So that was number one. Two, the government of the day, the British, they came in and they tried to sow discord. They had people who they had captured, but they saw they should send them back as intelligence to go back and source out and pick out who they identified as leaders. That tactic is similar and very evident right now. That is what is happening. They sent them back, and when they went back into the forest with their people, the Mau Mau found it difficult to note who is a spy from their own, because with the white man, they could see the difference. They could see who the enemy is. It was so outright. But amongst the people, it was very hard to view the spies. So for now, we have to know that infiltration will happen, must happen, but we stick to the principle. If we stick to principle, there's nothing that is going to break us, because if everyone who is true sticks to the principle, it remains the same. The line is the same. The standard does not change. So let us stick to the principle that we are fighting to the end, and our strength is in our numbers. Let us not be shaken nor divided. I would also like to add, that the bourgeois, the middle class, who feel comfortable as they are right now, some who are going to take pictures while you're protesting, that you should not sell fear to your fellow who is trying to go out and fight for their rights. If you feel that is not enough for you, it's okay. You just stay, go and donate blood. That is another way, because this war we are fighting right now, as someone has said, it is a war. It has been declared a war. This war we are fighting right now has multiple faces. There are people who will not be on the forefront. There are people who will not be being sprayed with tear gas nor water. They will be somewhere as medics, probably helping. There will be people who have to give out their blood, because engaging in intense physical activity after giving out blood is quite hectic. So it's itakuwa inalemewa watu, but those who feel that they cannot engage in such can go and donate blood. They can come and give assistance, become marshals and stewards, leading cars and diverting them away from traffic, so that when we bring town to a total shutdown, people have their ways outside and they are safe. They can, even for those who find themselves within town, they can try and help to see how they can navigate among the people. Like, this war has so many facets. You can even send your cash from home. You can keep on retweeting and sending the hashtags, as long as everyone takes a place. So tuache kuuza uoga, tuendelee. We have one common enemy, and the current enemy right now is the temporal holder of the office of President of the Republic of Kenya, and that is William Ruto, and that is the person we are fighting. And what we want is him gone. the whole parliament gone. So what we're doing right now is in making sure that constitutionally we have structures that will enable us, once we send them away, to seamlessly put other people in who we want and who will speak for us. That is the goal, and that is whatever remains. I'm totally anti-discussions, because this guy, we have been seeing just last week and on Tuesday, we were seeing that this guy is a liar and a manipulator. He's a liar and a manipulator, yet we want to go to talks with him. Like, heck, what is this? This is not as a meager thing, such as a relationship which you can go back to or find another one. We have no other country. Kenya is one and it has no spare part. So what we need to do is, we have said this guy is a manipulator and we've seen it time and time again. This is their field. We cannot outplay them in their own game. Like, when it comes to politics, they have been there for a while. And when you give in to their demands of having dialogue, that is where we lose it. So as of now, as we're having these forums to give our solutions, let us also go out in the streets. We are also declaring as citizens that on Tuesday and Thursday of every week shall be a holiday, to allow us to protest, to allow us to bring everything to a total shutdown, so that people can actually make their voices heard. As you've seen, the media stations which are gagging this revolution that is happening, and they only respond when things get like to the highest pitch. So we have to reach the highest pitch ever and ever. I'm sorry if I seem too radical, but we need this radicalism, even as moderates try to chart forward our solutions. Please also remember, our land is going. There has been like a new report that coltan, which is being used in phones, that is smartphones, laptops, and other smart devices, has been, okay, not discovered, but there are traces of coltan in Kenya. And what they have done now is foreign mining investors are coming to the country to try and excavate them. So far, I think they've identified 6 counties. The Ministry of Mining is also saying that the Ministry of Mining is also saying, hello, can you all hear me? If you can, please just like raise a hand or something. Hello. Okay, I've
Yeah, we
seen
can
one.
hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the Ministry of Mining is projecting. So far, they contribute 1% of our revenue. They are predicting that with discoveries of a few other minerals and the ramping up of the procedures, they want to get it to 10%. We are also seeing things with carbon credits. They're also like, it's something that I actually followed up on Kimuzi. That's how I actually got engaged with these tweets, like quite by March, post elections, that is. And I actually followed up on the story and it was making sense. I was actually seeing things that I didn't know. So like, these things are coming up, and what is happening is these guys are literally selling our country. And with now, as of now, with what you can see is the people who are speaking, the person who was speaking on Tuesday night, that was a man full of wrath. On Wednesday afternoon, that was can we say a portico full of vengeance. Both the person who was speaking and the congregation behind him, which was clapping, they were full of vengeance, and they were like, how can they have voted for a bill the previous day, almost lost their lives, then the next day they're smiling as it is being rejected? They're taking us for, there's something that they're obviously planning to do, and that is to terrorize us. Those guys have planned vengeance on us, and that's why we're saying they must not stay. Because I cannot stay here for 3 years as the student that I am. I cannot stay here for 3 years living under work conditions with the hope that these people might change or listen to us. They have already shown that they cannot listen, that we have to pinch them so that they can at least flinch, because they have not turned. On God, they have not turned. So like, I'm not staying here, I'm not sitting down until we get our country back. And that's what we're going to do, hopefully with the resolve of many and many others. So tell people to keep on coming. Irreducible minimum shall be discussed in spaces such as this, but we shall still go to the streets with what we're discussing on these spaces and on our forums and with each other. as we're going there, we're going to share what we are saying, because this is where we discuss and that is where we air it out. That is our microphone. The streets are our microphone, because unfortunately it has come to a point that that is the only thing that works, and we're going to make it happen. History is only favorite to the kind, and that is the thing that Ruto has been lauded for years, that he has been fighting for himself. He has been very selfish over the years, we know. Some people, okay, 207 is another story, but we can see even in 2017 when alikuwa anasema ati alikuwa ataka kuslap Ruto. Alikuwa anataka kuslap Uhuru when Uhuru was giving up. He felt like slapping him. In 2022, we saw how hard he fought so that he can get to the seat. Those are things people were clapping for him for doing, because he's known to be a go-getter, going to get what he wants. And you have to know your adversary. And right now, if you're not ready to take up the mantle and say, I'm going to win back my freedom at any cost, whatever the cost, calamity or not, crisis or not, there will obviously be okay, kuna mali tu kuta clash and we'll have some losses, but as in, if you're not ready to win it by any cost, there was no need of starting it. And since you've already started, that is the ideology you have to take, that we're not going to sit down with a murderer of our children, with a murderer of our people, who sent the Reke squad to Githurai to kill people just because they blocked a road. Heck, what is so hard about removing stones? They were coming from Ruiru going to Nairobi. What was so hard about removing stones? Yes, okay.
Thank you so much. There's somebody who hasn't muted their mic. That's why there's a. Okay. They say great minds think alike, or birds of the same feather flock together. I really liked what you just said. Like, we need 1 million or 2 million such minds in Kenya. Not even 10 million or 20 million. Only 1 million or 2 million such people with such minds. And no, you are not radical. You are just rational. Many people will think you are irrational, but for me, from where I'm seeing, you are very rational. And I really like what you just said. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bless up and everyone have a good night. We have been doing a but we're taking our country back. Bless.
Okay, thank you. Kangara.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to send condolences to the families that lost loved ones in the recent protests. And categorically, I would want to mention that those lives lost should not be in vain. This is a fight that we started, and we must finish it. We should not give Ruto the chance to finish the fight. You know what I mean? If he's given the chance to finish the fight, meaning he's going to turn the gun points to. He has already done so, and if we relent, we are going to lose it totally. Most of us, like some of us who have been very vocal, tweeting everywhere, putting hashtags, will not live to see anything else other than maybe we end up in jail or somewhere. Now, a mistake happened, and the mistake is that Ruto is now president of Kenya. I don't know personally how it happened, but we should have seen this coming. Ruto is a perennial liar, I would say. I remember just the other day when he was giving a press statement, and it was like, we lost only six people. Only 6 people died during the protests. Just the same way he had mentioned about the billions that were lost in Kimwere and Arol Dam. It was like only 2 billion was lost, whereas everybody else knew that it was more than that. But now the recent one just mentioned that only 6 lives lost, whereas we know it's in hundreds. People were killed in hundreds. In Nairobi alone, there were more than 10 deaths in that day. And then there was a massacre in Githurai. Ruto is a perennial liar, and we must maintain our temple
we must continue vibrating with the highest frequency that Ruto must go. Now, another thing that we need to do, our parliament is dysfunctional. Parliament is supposed to check the executive, which is not happening totally. Let's initiate the process of recalling those rogue MPs. They have to be recalled. Let's make parliament functional. Our discussion will only continue if one of these things happens. Ruto has gone, and or we make our parliament functional such that we can have a parliament that protects the people, not like the kind of jokes I've been seeing around people voting for a bill just like today and tomorrow they're clapping like the bill has been rejected. What kind of nonsense is that? How do they even? I don't know how they reason really, or is it that they're out of their mind, or is it that Ruto is controlling them, all of them? Can they reason like people who are normal? This is something that really irritates me. I don't know to what extent, but it's very, very painful when you see that happening. And when we have lost such kind of lives, and then people are happy, clapping for somebody, we saying like now I've declined to sign the bill. That's total nonsense. Guys, what I can say is that let's maintain this temple. Ruto must go. Let's have a way of making our parliament functional. Right now, it's like we don't have a parliament. What we have there, those are just jokers with their numbers. The last thing I would like to mention, the press statement that was given by Gashawa, that was total crap. That was nonsense. He cannot just blame the NIS for failing to advise the executive on the actual situation in the country. Like, didn't they know? They knew everything. They knew everything that was happening. But they chose to bulldoze. They were inviting those riots. They were blood hungry, and mind you, they're still blood hungry, blood thirsty. These are like vampires. They knew everything that was going to happen, but they chose to go that way. And the result was loss of lives. And those people didn't deserve to die that way. Those are the people, those are comrades who were fighting for our rights. And mind you, at parliament buildings, I'm very sure there were people who were close to those people who were being shot. Like this somebody standing next to me, and you see them fall, but they chose to go forward. That's the kind of courage that we want. Next time, I don't want to say it's going to be me or it's going to be you, but if the kind of governance we have in the country continues the way it is, then that's the only solution. We have to keep pushing. We have to move forward. This administration has, in one way or the other, has to be stopped. Thank you, guys.
Okay, the Jen Zat or somebody wanted to speak. I see you raising your hand. Kindly speak.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, let me send my condolences to everyone who lost their loved ones. We'll be keeping you guys in prayers. Okay, let me go to my first point. We have to talk about the illegal offices of these guys' spouses. They're looting money in these offices because there's nothing happening, but money is coming in large sums. They only pray, but nothing is happening in terms of development and innovations in these offices. So we need to talk about these unconstitutional offices because Margaret Kenyatta did a lot without an office like the current ones. She brought the Beyond Zero campaign, which aimed to reduce the maternal and child mortality rates in Kenya, and she was without the unconstitutional office. So we have to talk about these offices, and they need to be scrapped because they're not working. These guys are doing nothing. They're just looting money, and there's no development happening there. They just pray, and prayers, we all know sometimes we just need to act, not just faith without action. So we have to talk about that too. Number two, we have to talk about the mass killings in Githurai to 75, because now it's not 45, it's 275. You can't forget what they did in Githurai and Rugai, killing even children who were innocent. They followed people to their houses and killed them. When we keep quiet, they will look for ways of getting away with their crimes. So we need to really apply pressure on these guys. When we all need to register as voters too, because in 2027 we're all going to vote, and the right leaders, if you want the right leaders, we have to vote, and we have to look for the best people that can rule our country, because these guys are taking our country in shitholes. We have to fight for our country because we are falling as a nation, and the leaders are the ones who are killing us. They are killing the country. They are taking us to. They are killing the nation basically. My third point: we need to demand accountability and hold public officials accountable by asking questions whenever we feel something is not right, and using our platforms. We need to raise awareness and governance about governance issues. Whenever we see an MP, we need to remind them that we are their bosses. We've seen Osoro speaking bullshit. This guy is very stupid. He keeps talking shit about Kenyans. He said that after the finance bill ikiletwa, he'll pass it. He'll say yes. So did we really employ this guy to go and insult us? We really need to take these guys back home in 2027, because they are really arrogant and they don't care about us. We really have to fight as a country and take these guys back to where they belong, kwa mchanga, because they are very stupid. Ichungwa anaongeanga like he said that akona power kushinda hata deputy. Like, who does that? These guys are really arrogant, and we need to fight as a nation and do the right thing. And by actively engaging as informed and responsible citizens, we need to contribute and create more accountable and responsive governance system in Kenya. So let's not be afraid, because when tukiogopa, these guys are going to be stronger than us, and they'll take advantage of our vulnerability. So let's fight. These economic collaborations and agreements between Ruto and the United States, such as the trade deals and development assistance, have been scrutinized because IMF is a scam. These agreements are only benefiting US corporations and influencing Kenyans' economic policies in ways that prioritize the United States interests. So we have to look at these things and keenly and strategize as a nation, because when we keep quiet, they take advantage of us. We can't say that Babu Wino is the best. We have to remember Babu Wino also has a case, because I can see some people are endorsing these guys and saying that in 2027 we have to consider Babu Wino as the presidency, Mara governor of Nairobi. Remember what he did. He also shot someone, and the case ilisha to evil. So we really have to sit down and focus as a nation. Then history ya party, I don't feel ni kama it's working. We need to be independent, because parties in Kenya zimekuwa compromised by the government, and this is the truth. Hata kama I know some people will not agree with me, but it's the truth, and they've been compromised. These guys wanapewa pesa, wanasema yo go vote ikitu na ipitishwe, then utapata pesa yako, then they go do the same things. We have to fight for our country. We really have to, because unaona we've influenced so many countries. Tanzania walikuwa wanataka kuenda to the battlefield like Kenyans did. Ugandans want to to fight for their country. Nigerians, I can see in the comment sections, they keep saying we have to do better. Why? Because Kenya, we've set an example. Let's not back down. Let's not back down, because when you back down, these guys will continue looting. They'll continue looting. Sudi is giving out 20 million. Like, I mean, this guy has not been. How much does he handle? Another 20 million. I tend to think in a way of ya kuosha the money, because after amepeana 20 million atarudi hapo atasema that I'm going to help in the construction. I have a team. Then the money will just go back to him. So guys, we really have to work and fight. We really have to wake up and fight for our nation. And finally, guys, let's continue mobilizing within our communities and join forces with like-minded individuals and organizations to amplify our voices. I know together we can demand transparency in the government and operations to push for effective and anti-corruption measures, because our leaders have been compromised. Yeah, so that's all I had to say. And let's continue fighting. To see how our hashtag is Ruto must go. Reject the finance bill, because Ruto has been quiet. Me see anything happening. This guy, whatever we saw him say up on Tuesday, that is the real Ruto. Here Wednesday, Alifanya International. We have to fight. This is the only thing I'm going to tell you guys. We have to fight as a country, because we are falling in a shithole. We have to fight. Anyway, thank you so much, Nimuzi and Lee. Thank you so much for hosting this space. Yeah, and daima mimi ni Mkenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, Ragnar can speak, then Miss Universe, then maybe Glad Nancy. Kindly, in that order. Ragnar?
Am I audible? Clear?
Yeah, you're clear. We can hear you.
Thank you very much for this time, and I really appreciate it so much. Personally, if there's a time that I've felt proud being a Kenyan and being a youth in the bracket that was fighting for our freedom, it is now, because there are certain fights that we can mount. Unfortunately, they don't become successful if you're doing them alone. Prior to who I am at the moment, I was a teacher in Kenya. I was in the education space for 7 years. And what made me leave was the kind of harassment that teachers go through. Where I am currently, I still follow reports that are given concerning the teachers, and most of them are not very good. We saw a month ago or two, there were reports that currently out of 5 teachers, 3 of them are having mental issues. Now, why is that one happening? Our education sector is sick and tired. Unfortunately, the main propellers of these sectors are the ones who are sick. Our teachers are sick. They are sick because of poor remuneration. In the 7 years that I was a teacher, the maximum amount of money that I got in my bank account is about 45,000 shillings. Now, that is money getting into a teacher's account. A teacher who is living in Nairobi, you've not taken care of your rent, you've not taken care of your travel expenses, you've not taken care of your utilities, you've not taken care about food and everything. Now, the worst stroke when they included the housing levy as part of the deductions from our payslip. It was worse. I could not just continue with it. Currently, teachers are on 2 health insurance schemes. There's one that is given out by Eminem, by Minet, I mean, which the main shareholder here is this so-called William Ruto. He's the one who's pulling the shots at Minet. This money, we don't even know how much we are contributing towards this scheme. On our payslip, it doesn't even on our payslip, okay, let me say, it never even used to reflect. We're just being told that there's part of your salary going into a medical scheme called Minet. Now you go to the hospitals, it's the worst. The best you can be given if you are sick is paracetamols. I lost 2 colleagues who are having diabetes because of the poor medicines that are always being given. Teachers are taken to clinics, whereas from what we are being told, we are contributing about 4,500 shillings per month towards a medical scheme, for which if you go to access healthcare, Medicare, you are given paracetamols and certain third-generation medicine. The second medical scheme that we are in is NHIF, which throughout the 7 years that I was a teacher, I never stand to benefit anything from it. So monthly, I used to contribute about 6,000 shillings for me towards my medical insurance, which was bogus. Now, the worst come into employment. Currently, if I don't know whether most of us know that the current MPs are nowadays working in their cars with employment letters that they issue to teachers whom they know. Prior this situation, we used to have a very good elaborate employment structure where employment was based on 1, your year of graduation, 2, your qualifications in terms of academic performance, and then 3, any other qualification that you could be having that is superior over those that you're competing with. That was scrapped off. TSC gave letters to members of parliament to be working with to issue out. Who does that? Like we saw the women rep for Bomet getting into a funeral and calling out names to issue out employment letters to people we have had some purported to be teachers who have not gone through any training being given letters for employment. Now look at what is happened to the GSS group. You are paid 17,000 shillings, 17,000 shillings for heaven's sake, to teach as part of your remuneration. If you go on strike for that matter, letters are thrown to you left, right, and center, threatening to terminate the contract that you're having with your employer. We had very many teachers, GSS teachers, who are striking 3 weeks ago, who were given termination letters as to why they were striking. So that is something that they go, such kind of impunities they go and talked about. Now, the last thing that I think I want to talk about is we are having a very good conversation that people are lauding us all over. Probably the only misleading that we could be having is on a simple thing. Are we documenting what we're talking about? Because I've been in these spaces for the last 4 days. Unfortunately, we do not have like a framework to document some of these points. We should be taking like minutes of the hosts, which in this case could be Kimuzi and Lee. You should be having someone that is just like stationed to be documenting what is being talked about, like constructively documenting what is being talked about, such that when the discussion now gets into another line
Kindly,
because
kindly,
yeah,
kindly, can I just cut you short a little bit? Then
yeah,
you continue.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can. As you can see today, I've recorded. I've decided to be recording so that I go play it and write down the main key issues.
Thank you. That so that when the discussion will be coming, because I'm very sure from here we're going to move into a second phase of the discussion. We should be now talking from a point of knowledge based on what has been talked about by everybody throughout this period of time. Thank you with what's going on. Personally, I've been supporting. I've sent my contributions, and I will not tire sending my contributions. And if there's a time that I would really want to be home, it is now. Sometimes it's just because I'm not able to afford my flight back to Kenya and back to where I am. But if it was possible that I could afford my flight to Kenya, this is the best time that I think I would have been home to protest with my colleagues, to protest with my age mates, to protest with everybody that is ready and willing to help us protest in this and send a message to this government. Thank you very much. Continue the fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. And that place that you said maybe you don't have the flight ticket to and from where you are in currently now. Many people doesn't understand. Many people think when you go to abroad, you just have money or you just you can pay. Of course, you can pay bills. You're not the same like you're in Kenya, but you still have you still have many bills. You still have a life to run. You still have the rent. Everything is expensive. So many people are saying, oh, these people in diaspora are the one talking about.
Let me just shed light on that, guys. Sometimes I listen to this guy talking about shipping people to abroad, because when you talk about abroad, anywhere away from your country is abroad. Even Tanzania, if you're in Kenya, Tanzania is abroad. Now, the worst part is settling abroad. It is the worst nightmare that someone can ever subject you to. The first thing that you suffer is loneliness. When I came to Europe, I'm in Europe currently, in Poland. The first problem that I faced was loneliness, because you come into a country where language first is a barrier. These guys don't even understand English. Polish is one of the most difficult Slavic languages in the world. So imagine you are in a country where you cannot speak to anybody. Now you have been given a contract. I came here on a study visa. I went back for studies. In as much as I'm being taught in English, but how do I run my day-to-day activities? It's almost a nightmare for me to communicate with anybody in the supermarkets, anywhere. I rely on my phone to translate what I'm trying to say. Now, when it comes to payment, if you come here, probably someone negotiates for you a deal to come and work around. You'll be on minimum pay. If you're on minimum pay, there's no difference between you and someone who is also on minimum pay in Kenya. Now, when you're on minimum pay in Kenya and you are on minimum pay, you are on minimum pay here, the amount of money that you'll be getting will be sufficient enough for you to survive around. It will not give you the leeway to have enough to support any other thing beyond the minimum basic life in that particular country. So if someone is going to tell you that go abroad so that you can, currently I'm not even able to support my family. I'm not even able to support my parents, and I've been here for the last 1 year. Why? Because I'm still trying to find bearings. The first year you try to whatever money that you'll be making is to help you regain what you invested in making the trip. The second year, the amount of money that you'll be getting is to facilitate what you shall, because what you'll be given is probably a 1 year visa or a 2 year visa. Well, once that visa expires, you have to make fresh applications. In making fresh applications, the amount of money you spent in making the first application is equal. Sometimes it's even more when making the second application. So this is very expensive. To stabilize abroad, as that guy is talking about stabilizing abroad, it will take you about 3 to 4 or 3 to 4 up to 5 years. Some people, they give up before the 5 years elapse. They then come back home and they are disillusioned worse than even before they left. So before someone tells that go abroad, there's so much work abroad, think twice. What are you going to do abroad? And if you come here, these guys are they're also not foolish. You come here and what you'll be given are menial jobs. No one is going to employ you as a CEO of a blue chip company. They will give you those local jobs because the good jobs are left for their citizens. They're also not stupid to be giving us foreigners very good jobs when there are people also looking for the same jobs. You'll be given menial jobs. I have got 3 degrees currently. This is my 4th degree. If you could see the kind of job that I'm doing here, you won't even believe it. But that's what I can do because it is what is available for me. This guy talking about exporting labor. What are we going to do in the UAE? What you'll be doing is working in cleaning toilets, nursing people who are aging, cleaning the roads. Who is going to employ in those very advanced technological companies? No one. Until that time that they're able to prove that you can be able to do it. So let no one cheat you that it is all rosy here. It is never rosy. It is never rosy. We are suffering boredom. We are suffering loneliness, language barrier, climatic change. Your social life is totally cut, living in very small spaces, and it is serious. It's in fact the stress that we endure staying here is worse than the stress that we endure staying at home. Sometimes I ask myself, like, why can't it that I just go back to my county and then continue my life normally? Because at least I would rather suffer at home, but I'm having my social life intact, than suffering here and my social life is also cut off from me. So before, if at all that time will come when a deal is negotiated for you to go and live abroad, probably to go and look for some work, please think on what kind of work you're going to do. Go through that contract before accepting anything. Check on it. What are you going to do outside there? Whatever pay that you'll be getting, is it commensurate to your skills? And will it be enough to sustain your life in that country and leave you something to send at home? Here, for me to leave something for my own personal use, you have to limit your expenditures, probably going without meals in order to save to send back at home. I take 1 meal a day. Imagine in Europe, I'm taking 1 meal a day. Not that I can't afford it. If I can afford it because what I'm being paid here is enough for me to afford 3 meals a day. But if I am to take those 3 meals a day, I'll be having nothing to save. Now, what will happen when my visa will expire? I'll come back home with nothing. So, guys, let's be careful about everything that's happening.
Thank you so much, Evans. And to add on that, I was just telling people to be kindly checking on the kinds of work that they want to go and do. Okay, next is it was a Miss Universe, yeah. Then Nancy.
Hello,
Hello.
am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, my sincere condolences to all our fallen soldiers and their family members. It's been quite a tragic week for all of us, honestly speaking. And I'd also want to congratulate everyone on the effort they've been putting on the whole of last week. It has not been easy. And I want all of us to stop beating ourselves so hard because it's been the first time we're having such a grand political revolution. No one here has done this before, and it would only be fair if we didn't judge ourselves that harshly. So let's be soft on ourselves. So first things first. Today I'm honestly happy and thrilled to be seeing that we are having a space. I don't know what happened to last night. I don't know if people were taking the advice on retreating and they were rejuvenating and having their strength before we come back, because the fight is still on and Ruto must go. So I'm glad today also because I've been following up on the news and I'm seeing that what we want as agencies is being aired out in public, and I'm thinking we're now closer than ever to actually achieving what we want. So first, I've seen that we are requesting for the IEBC to be reconstituted for the next. We've given a time span of 30 days for the IEBC to be reconstituted. I'm not going to go deep in that. I'm not going to go deep into that. Secondly, I'm going to ask us. I know we are a faceless, we are a leaderless movement. I'm going to ask us to, as much as we don't want to have any leaders, I'm going to ask us to try and be leaders in our own capacities. And what do I mean when I say this? I'm going to ask you to bear with my voice. I'm struggling to talk because I'm having a cold. So I'm asking everyone to be leaders in our own capacity. And what do I mean by that? I'm sure we have lawyers in this house. We have advocates in this house. I'm going to ask you all to at least try and educate us on matters that are going around, because the big elephant in the room right now is ignorance, and I think it needs to be addressed because most of us are not aware of of, of our rights and things such as maybe what it takes for the IEBC to be reconstituted. So I'm just going to ask us to I'm going to ask them to actually enlighten us on such matters. Also, I believe that we all have something we can contribute as people qua ground. Let no one cheat you that there's nothing you can bring to the to the table. If you know you could, if we've witnessed something qua ground, kindly inform us so that we can be able to know where we are standing at. Because the media houses, the media houses wananyamazishwa, so they're not going to speak up. They're not going to tell us what is going to happen. So at the ground, let us try and inform each other. At least we're aware. Also, I'm going to ask us, all of us, to serve in our own capacity. And I know we have different capacities of serving. And I'm not telling you, sijasema mtu aende, sijasema mtu akuwe willing to lose their lives. I've got very high respect for those people who have lost their lives in this course. But what I'm trying to say is that, can we at least try to do things let's try to do things at our very level best. So what do I mean by at our very level best? There's someone who's willing to risk their families, to risk their own lives, and great respect to that. So people who are not for that. So if you're not for that, kindly set that aside. But if you can, if the little that you can do, let's say, if you could contribute at least maybe hata 5 bob. Kuna msi anaweza toa 5 bob, kuna msi anaweza contribute kwa hiyo mchango. I mean, if every one of us was to remove at least 10 shillings, we'd be very far off. So let us serve ourselves. Let us serve our country in our own capacity. My next point is going to be I'm going to ask us to incorporate all the ideas we have. Let us not dismiss any idea we have, because as much as tunaweza itwa delusional, tunaweza itwa hallucinatory, no. Remember the first session on JKL that was live on JKL, the one that had Shadi, Boniface Mwangi, and Babu Wino. Do you guys? I had, or rather, I saw a tweet of someone calling us off at we've watched too much Netflix. We've had many ideas in our head, and our vigor actually comes from the fact that tumeona wakina James Bond, tumeona wasi wanatry kuhack the government. And I'm just thinking, why can't we just not tap into that? Because our strength, our greatest strength could lie in what they perceive as our greatest weakness. So I'm actually gonna ask you guys to tap into kama wewe unaona, if you can watch Sarafina and it will invigorate you. If you can listen to the Soweto songs early in the morning, ndo ujue kenye unataka kufanya, you go do that. So let us not tire. Another thing, we can go back to our set. Someone said that we're a product of Moi's free education system. Our set books, ukiangalia hata sahi, I'm thinking the current set book in Form 4, it's about politics. So I'm asking us if we could go back and tap into set books kama kina Tumbo Shiba, Chozi la Heri, and get some ideas venye tutaweza kuhaki system, because me I think there's a lot of knowledge that lies in there. And also the point on auditing, I won't dwell so much on that, because I've seen it's even been spoken about in the news. So I think that we should have like uh sessions of which people are able to, we tukue na maybe monthly audits of all transactions and procurements that people in public offices, either elected or appointed, wakuwe wakituonyesha what they've been doing. We want the receipts. If it's about paying taxes, we want each and every point to be accounted for. My next point is, I know people are saying that huyu msee hazitoka kwa Equity, which is fine. Everyone has a right to their own opinion. I'm going to ask you guys not to tire, not to relent, because we are so close. Look at how far we've come. And I'm thinking the pressure is quite a good thing, because we're keeping this guy in check. At least to Mona, the guys who have been abducted, they have not been brutally murdered. We've not witnessed any extrajudicial killings. At least, say, anajua he can't make any foul move, because everyone is watching. Akina Al Jazeera is watching. I've seen Al Jazeera, they've done quite a splendid job in actually bringing out the picture of what is happening in Kenya. So I'd like to commend them for that. But nevertheless, we should not wait for any foreign aid, because do you guys know? Okay, I'm sure we are all familiar with the fact that the IMF is the one that formulated this bill, and when asked upon its implications, they said that it would be medium. And right now, what we're seeing in this country is not medium. We've lost so many lives. Tunaumia, man. We've seen what's been happening in Githurai. We've seen what's been happening in Rongai. So let's keep the pressure on, so that we can keep this guy in check. I know Batu Anasema is a very tyrannical person, of which I do agree. This guy is going to be hard for him to let go of power. But in the next 3 years, I don't think things are going to be business as usual. This guy is going to make sure that he's sought his revenge. This guy is a very vengeful person. He will come back 10 times more vengeful. Na atajaribu kwanza wasi. I'm not sure. I don't want to say wamelipwa ama because they also could have been threatened, and I do respect that. If you back down from the movement because maybe they threatened you with using the lives of your family members. So I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna judge you all. But here's what I think. Kama unajua umelipwa, it's not over. My guy, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The guy is going to hunt you down, and he is going to make sure he has sought his revenge. So let us not tire. We know this guy is an egomaniac. He's one of he's been polls zinasema he's one of the most corrupt leaders. So really, let us not tire in this is our country, and we love our country. So tusichoke. We know if this doesn't kill him, it will definitely make him stronger. So we've also seen I mean, the incidences, the massacres from Githurai and Rongai, we've seen that Umse is a very vengeful person. So let us use that as evidence and let us try to see, because there's something called character. It compels you to act in a certain way, hata kama hutaki kuact hivyo. So this guy, he's proven over and over again to be a bloodthirsty fool, and he will seek his revenge. Let me tell you that he will seek his revenge. So let us learn from our mistakes, because as I said earlier, let us not beat ourselves so hard. Let us try and learn from our mistakes. Let's not let this thing happen, because was it on, I think it was on Thursday night, there was a space that was held and I attended, and there was this guy who came on live, and he was not live, I mean he was speaking in space, and he was like, fuck you all, fuck me, fuck you for letting this happen. And I'm like, dude, chill, is that even possible? Let us try and calm down, let us give ourselves grace, because it's the first time we're conducting such an activity. So don't, let's not beat ourselves up so much. Also, we are going to let go of, let's try and let go of archaic ways of dealing with stuff in this country. Like right now, if my mom is actually accusing me of of being part of a cult, that's what she thinks. I'm kind of like tapping into a spirit of, like, anasema what I'm doing is not nice, because she thinks that the finance bill is over and to rudi back to normal. But for those who knows what we are fighting for, let us not tire. Mtu asikwambie just because you are young, let no one despise you for that. Do whatever you can do within your space to be able to deliver our country. Kama unajua you can just be tweeting your whole day, Ruto must go to keep the hashtag alive. Please get out of your own way and do that for our country. I've seen this guy is very, we all know he's very smart with mind games, because he, first things first, he knows Hague is not for him, is it's not chasing him. That's why I may turn the situation around, and people like Bungei and Comey are going to be the ones answerable to the Hague for this. So this guy is smart. That's why we don't even have we don't have a solid IEBC commission. We've not been having one for the past, is it 1 year, since last year. We've not had a solid commission. So let us try and educate ourselves. Again, this goes back to the advocates and those people who are, familiar with this line. Let us try and educate us on such matters, so that we don't suffer from ignorance. And as I said earlier, everyone is a leader. Let's not despise what we can do. Let's be leaders in our own capacity. Let's also, I know we're a leaderless movement, but pia tusikubali me at, I'm wondering what these guys are. They're forming a coalition, a party, and the guys don't even look like Gen Zs. The guys look like, what they call, silent boomers or what at that time. So ujinga ya party tumekataa, ujinga ya leaders tumekataa. We're independent and we're fighting for this country. Moving on to my next point, I don't think we can rule out the possibility of anything being possible, because right now we are having Elon Musk try to come up with a data plan for us. I don't know. I think it's called SmartLink. So let's try. Let's not be so closed off. Atitudhani, we cannot do anything. As someone said earlier on, here earlier on, we should boycott these banks, we should boycott Safaricom, because these guys have to declare stance. They cannot be fooling us. Mbona Safaricom wanatuambia that during the ongoing protests, they were saying that 2 of their undersea cables had been tampered with, and we know that's not the truth. So these guys, they either have to declare a stance ama watoke tuongoze nchi. If you think that umefika mwisho, because I'm seeing these guys who have been abducted, I don't wanna hold them accountable na niseme you're supposed to continue with the same video that you had in the first place, because I don't know what the hell is going on in there. So we're just going to let them easy. Kama wewe unaona kazi imekushinda, please do not infect our minds. Kaa kando, nchi isonge. So if some great influencer unaona kama amelipwa ama amekuwa threatened, let's not put that into our mind. Let's take it as if ni msee mwenye ako huko chini na ameamua tu ku back off. Let's take it as like a normal Gen Z teenager mwenye amesema ai, leo mi siendi maandamano. Let that not affect us. Moving on to my next point, let us tusikuwe threatened, by the way, because I'm seeing Akina Sudi apparently are saying that they will withdraw all development projects following whatever happened to his Timber X Club. And I'm thinking, why would we be scared? Why would you think that would make us feel ama inafanya like we regret what we've done? We have not been having any development projects for the past God knows how many years. So tusishtuliwe na such small things, because these guys, they have not been doing investments. CDF sijui wanapeleka wapi. So let us not be shaken by such empty threats. Finally, I'm just gonna reiterate on the fact that we should not be afraid to stand out against this draconian totalitarian system of governance. Tumechoka, kama Wakenya tumechoka. Many people will tell you that for a fact. People are tired. It's just that they don't know how to express it. And it was nice that we had the demonstrations on Tuesday, but sadly we lost lives, but it was such a great move, and we can't continue employing the same tactics. So I think we can be having maybe to decide on new tactics kama hiyo boycott ya this kina Safaricom and everything. We can decide to boycott them. See must. We can get out of our own ways. We even have Akina Elon Musk ready to help us with SmartLink and new data plans that are even way cheaper. So I'm going to ask you people, I'm going to urge you guys to forge forward. Do not be scared. This is a fight that we are going to win. Either way, hatuta give up. Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was great, Naliaka. That's a great breakdown. I'm sorry I was off a little bit. So let me make some comments that I couldn't make when I was a bit indisposed. There was a speaker that said, I think it was the guy who was saying Kenya haina spare parts. I think it's the same guy. I'm not sure. But he said that we have to be radical. We have to be radical. There's no other way to win this fight. And we've already started. There's no point of starting and then quitting in the middle. Hakuna haja kabisa. There's no point. We have to go all the way. And because wallahi, I've said this 1,000 times, wallahi, if we let Geza, if we leave this man alone, he's going to hunt each and every one of us down. Like, he may not unalive us, but he will revenge for sure, because we've embarrassed him, and there's nothing narcissists hate more than embarrassment. Hawapendi kabisa. Another speaker spoke about the have engineers who are going through their frustration with their licensing. We have doctors who have their frustration with their pay and the whole devolution of health. So every industry has a lot of oppression, and I think it would be nice for us to hold sector specific spaces. So like we do one for teachers, where we listen to teachers and we deeply understand the plight of teachers, so that Atakama, we are pushing for reforms. We are pushing for reforms from a place of knowledge, because if you're not a teacher in this country, you'll not know what they're going through. Teachers are the ones who can tell us all the things that they are facing. Somebody DM'd me about your story, barua kupewa watu ndio they travel, and that shit is diabolical and crazy. The other thing I wanted to talk about is me, for real. First of all, I don't even understand why anybody was making a big deal out of me working for Ruto before. It was not a secret. I've spoken about it so many times. And the thing that for me, even now, I'm still shocked about is, the person we saw, the one who was calling us treasoners and criminals, that dude, the way he looked in that press conference, me, I've never seen him looking like that. I'm convinced this man has MPD, like he just has multiple personalities that he pulls out of the pocket depending on where he's at. So if he's talking to like the West, he has a new personality for them. If he's talking to the MPs, he has a new personality for them. When he's on the streets on top of his V8 talking to the masses, he has a new personality for that. And he's continually gaslighting us. Like now, from the reports I'm getting, the next thing they're going to start saying, and I think Rigathi kind of hinted at it, is that they're being sabotaged by someone, that it's not even them who ordered the killings, them, they had no idea people were being killed. I know that's the next thing they're going to say. Wallah, in the next couple of days, that's the narrative they're going to start pushing, that they're being sabotaged and someone ordered the killings and it's not them. I already know 1,000%. And we need not agree to be gaslit. We know the facts. We know what happened. We were there. We saw it. We have the videos. Msikubali your narrative kabisa. Like, don't let this man gaslight you. Yes, and we have to stay the course. Nilikuwa nataka kusema, Ruto is always like, one of the things that is so crazy and why he probably won the election is that he's several steps ahead of people all the time. So wewe ukifikiria ati mko hapa mnaongea hii story, yeye anakuanga 5 or 10 steps ahead, like, because he's always plotting evil in his head, I believe. So when we were out here fighting the finance bill, he already knew in his heart, he knew he was not going to assent to it. He knew he was going to come and make a superficial announcement, and he knew he was going to assent to the appropriations bill. Alikuwa anajua hizo mambo zote. So this man allowed people to die, allowed people's kids to go on the street to get shot, akijua hizo mambo zote. So even as we sit here and we say Ruto must go, Ruto must go, we need to know who we are dealing with. This man he's a very dangerous man. I regret not knowing this before and working for him. I regret that. But it's imagine Shamwagika. Now the best thing we can do is to make sure that he goes. Either he goes now or he goes in 2027. Doesn't matter, he needs to go. Today I learned something. Not learned something. Someone said something and I was like, yeah, by the way, a lot of us are on social media and we are pushing these tags, but there's a lot of Kenyans who are not on Twitter. They're not seeing the push that we are doing on social media. So I want to suggest something. And if you want, you can do it. If you don't want, it's okay. It's just a suggestion. Kesho ukitembea kwa a store or in your town or wherever, I want you to start greeting people. Ruto must go, and then you tell them that the response is go, he must. So it's like Ruto must go, and then the response is go, he must. So that everybody, market women, kila mtu has that slogan in their mouth that Ruto must go. I'm going to tweet it. You can retweet it as well. Pia msisahau hashtag Ruto must go. I'm now going to allow the next speaker. I just need to make those remarks. Let's have KD. Your hand has been up for a while. And then after that, wait 1 second. Gen Z, did you speak? Gen Z, did you speak? Gen Z activist, did you speak already? Gen Z activist, did you speak already?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. So let's have KD going next.
Hey family, how you guys
Good,
doing?
good.
Good to hear from you. You guys are doing a good job, and I just like the way you guys make me look silly because of your great minds and the enlightenment as well. But I think what is most important is I would like to share this because it's something I suffered from for a long time. If you've never opened the Constitution, if you don't have that book, you're just as good as these MPs because they don't understand what is happening. I think that is the best thing you can ever arm yourself with. You need to open that book. You need 3 books on your table. You need to at least try look at them every day. You need a Bible, which is what Ruto is using to beat us with it. I won't talk about the Quran because I'm not Muslim or the other religions and stuff. We cannot have a nation without God. So I'm sorry if you really think you can lead without God. Try think of a country like Russia or Germany. It can't happen. And then there's a very good book called 48 Laws of Power. And what you guys are talking about, there's a law that says crush your enemy completely. I think my favorite laws are 23 and 29. You can have a look at them at your own time. It's very important as well. Then somebody talked about taking notes. Everybody has a smartphone. Your smartphone has a notepad. I have at least 16 pages because I've been on this space for a while, since I think Monday. And I jump on. Sometimes I doze off. I'm not in the same time zone. So sometimes I find some that are on, some are not. And everybody has very brilliant points. But the most important thing I'm gathering is the people who talk the most sense are the people who understand what is in the knowledge is wealth. And what you just said, co-host, the last thing you said, the people who are not on social media per se, that is the best way you can enlighten them. Like if I meet someone and then they don't know what power and sovereignty is in our hands means, how do I talk to them to convince them? How do I get to a cop who's trying to shoot at me and I don't know what my rights are? Then I take off. I've been fortunate enough to live in quite a couple of first world countries, and I've seen a lot of demonstrations. These guys, the moment a cop points a gun at you, they kneel down and raise their hands up, or they lie down and they put their hands behind their back. When you go for a demonstration, you're all singing the same chant. It doesn't matter whether these cops come at you, they try to talk to you. Even if the media tries to talk to you, we all agree, say right now when you say Ruto must go, that is all you know. What's your name? Ruto must go. Where you come from? Ruto must go. Why are you here? Ruto must go. Please leave the streets. Ruto must go. So that is the only thing. That is the only language everybody knows. And I think the most we can do is say sensitize each other, especially wale wase tunajua hawana, cause tuseme ukweli, kuna wase wengi sana Kenya hawajaiona constitution, hawajaifungua hiyo kitabu. And sahii tuko generation poverty, hata hiyo book nasema sahii ukienda YouTube utaipata. So we have spent a lot of time on social media, but you can spend a lot of time on your phone just broadening your mindset and getting to understand more about these articles that are what govern you, that are what make you be defined as a Kenyan, that are making you look so dumb because this member of parliament who is a lawyer will come to you, and some of them don't even know these laws. Just because you're in parliament for a long time, then they talk about articles. Do you what and what and what? Then oh, this says ABC and D. Oh, kumbe inamaanisha hivi. So the most we can do to ourselves is let's try as much as we can to just enlighten everyone on, even as Ruto must go, he must. I think the first thing you should ask everyone is, do you have a copy of the Constitution? Have you read the Constitution? Do you know what Article 1 says? Do you know what your rights are? If a cop arrests you, do you know what you need to do? Do you know what your rights are as a citizen? Because if you don't know that, then we are all walking blindly, following each other. And then the people who are more enlightened are fewer than those guys who know a lot of stuff. I think that is just something I've been thinking of. And then for the guys who are talking, I really appreciate. I've taken a lot of good notes from you guys. There's so many things I didn't know that I've been so much enlightened as well. Watch news sometimes. especially these talk shows, not news like news. Some of these guys talk a lot of good sense. I've learned a lot from the lawyers in Kenya. I really appreciate. Um, Ruto signed that whatever budget today because he was under pressure because of the meetings that were held. So when someone comes and says the clergy have failed us, you have to understand that he was given no options. Some things he had to do because they were like, hey, listen, if you don't, you are on your own. But since people don't watch news, you can just come up with a narrative and say A, B, C, and D. Like, why are guys being killed in Githurai? There's a reason behind it. You need to know the reason why. And that's why we're in this, whatever. The Gen Zs are fighting a good fight. I think the guys who will get to merit from this are the next generation. So we should give them as much support as we can. And I learned something today. They said the generations, the X's and the millennials are what is known as the silence generation. Why? Because the generation before them is what has refused to get out of power. And that is the reason why we look in Kenya right now. The guys who run the industry are in those two categories. The guys who run the techno industry right now are the Gen Zs and the millennials. So millennials is the most compressed and unprivileged generation in the country. So let's give this Gen Zs the most we can because they are fighting for our children and our grandchildren's freedom. They may never be able to see the fruits by themselves. The Tuesday protest was very good. It touched many souls across the world. These spaces were very good. Guys were talking a lot of stuff, although it was very emotional, which is very understandable. And then you realized, I think 2 days after, there's a lot of compromising. And even now you can open a space and someone will write something that is against what you guys are trying to, whatever for. Meaning, we've been infiltrated. I know there are guys on this space who are not for us. They are not part of us. The one thing I can just share with you is, listen, hata wewe utakufa, the only thing you own on this world is a 6x4 na utaiwacha hapa. So it doesn't matter how much money you're being given. Life is more sacred than this lust for money and desire and everything. Let's be fair. You cannot, even if you're given the money in this whole world, you can never be satisfied. You will not have enough. You cannot have enough money. So stop betraying your own blood through one man who is also going to die. People are passing on. This world is just like a highway we're all passing through, you know. And then the last thing I had in mind before I set up a few questions I have in mind is we're doing a good protest, but with this compromising and all, I was thinking the other way you can just like have your voices heard is through boycotting. Si ni vijana watu wanapenda kukunywa and stuff like that, but do you realize most of the biggest joints in Kenya are owned by these MPs, and we are the ones tunaenda masherehe kila saa, kiroro, whatever. I worked in the media industry. They run almost the whole thing. Most of the guys drive. They have insurance companies. How do we sensitize each other that we get to know this club is owned by A, B, C, and D, and find a way to make them realize that, hey, you might be having a popping place, but this is my sweat. I'm actually milking myself because for me to make you successful, you actually stole from me. Plus the other projects, I know you guys are so smart enough. I'm sure you know where these guys have put money where I was told so many meetings are held in his hotel, many parliamentary meetings, and that's why that place was so much protected. So I don't know how. Then when they post, like when you talk about these MCs the MPs who are so much against us, when they post stuff, when you repost, you're still giving them publicity. The most you can do is just ignore, because publicity is publicity. However good or bad, you're still giving them mileage. So tulenge tu wase, tukisikia wako na mahali wanaenda church ama ni hizo gathering zao. I saw what's the name of this MP? Moses. Moses was in some funeral. He started talking and then everyone just walked out. And I think that was a very good way of just sending a message. think of it's Madaraka Day and the whole stadium is empty. That is just sending a very good message because these guys feed off our energy. They feed off the crowd. And I think that's why they heckle too much because they have nothing to tell us. The moment you know you cannot control your tongue. So all you just do is talk, you know. And then I don't know what plan is there for the bereaved. I really pass my condolences, and most of us may not be aware of how the progress are. Maybe somebody can DM me on what is being done or the pay bill number, because we also want to help whichever way we can. But I just don't know who is who, and I just can't go ahead and start. I had an account that was actually blocked. I just opened another one, so I'm also trying to be very realistic with the situation. And then, of course, thanks for you guys. Kimozi, you're very active. I don't even know you. I don't even think I'll ever get to see you, but I know we are fighting towards the same direction. All you guys who are here, I think the only thing that actually brings us together is we are crying off the same tone and our tears taste the same. We have one common enemy, and more bad things will happen if we, the good people, keep quiet. The most you can just do is keep on marching on and keep the faith and know that being fearful does not mean you doesn't have courage. You just need to have that courage because it's the only weapon you have. And this game will be won on the ballot box. You know, whether it's in the next two whatevers. I don't want to think of 2027. My prayer is this guy has just. I don't want to give my personal life because I have my own experience, and I just think it's just too much to deal with right now. Let's just find a way to have a new dawn, you know, like just get this thing done with. And even if we'll have our cattle in parliament or your chicken or whatever, teach them how to govern. And no, because we don't have leadership. We have that is still my money that's gonna do that. And then not drivers, everybody, security guards, all of them. Let's just get new team, new fresh. Let's fall knowing we tried afresh. Then get someone who tells us you're going this direction when you're not Joshua, because we don't know where you're directing us. And the last bit of it is getting to say, I wish I knew I would have done A, B, C, and D. You know. So props to everybody who's really burning their midnight oil, and everyone who's fighting hard. All those guys who are ranting because of the so much emotional stress. Get that book. It's going to console you. When I started reading the Constitution, I got so many answers to myself, and I know even if I get arrested today, I know how to defend myself. And you leave this policeman asking himself questions because you know how to defend yourself. You know, you have a right to not even talk. That is a right. But most of us don't, you know. No policeman has a right to actually lay his hand on you. Somebody clobbers you like you're a thief when they don't have any. That is just a crime. That is a very big crime. So I think it's just good if we sensitize each other. Hawa si wa Kibira, Madhare, huko mali unajua mtu ajui smartphone ni nini. Unless tuende huko nao ndio wasisa ikifika saa 2020, 2027 au ndio wataendewa, because wanajua these are the guys that can easily be lured into doing what? Falling a trap. These guys are not going to go to Embakasi, you know, these high end whatevers. They will go for those guys who they know they don't know the difference between left and right. Or I'll just seduce you and you'll get a baton to go and clobber your own brother on the streets in the name of Ruto must stay. Not remembering that the same guy you're actually worrying about is the same guy who killed your mother or your auntie or your grandmother 10, 15 years ago. You're next, or your son is next, or I'm just like, it's the devil within is actually looking at you and just smiling when he's holding a knife right behind your back, you know. And then if there's any attorney here, I have two questions that I really want to know what happens. Maybe you can answer me, somebody who's well elite in terms of the law. This is not my what do you call it? It's not my specialty. What happens with the mace if it's not found? What happens, because we know what the mace means to the parliament? And then secondly, if this narrative changes because you know the MPs are on recess for 21 days and then they come back, and then after the 14 days, these guys still play hardball, what is our next projected plan? Because we know this is not a fight that is going to end like in a snap of a finger. There has to be a next resolution. I like what the High Court has done today.
KD, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what muted. Yeah, I was saying I would like somebody to tell me what happens if the mace is not found with regards to the parliament when they reconvene, knowing what it means to the parliament and whatever the laws. And then secondly, if for instance this after the reconvening of the parliament, the narrative changes because we know Ruto did not reject the law, the bill. He actually just said, "I'll not assent to it." But that doesn't mean that we're actually off the chains. Anything plus, the same guys who voted it in can actually go ahead and do the same thing based on the tone we are actually seeing on some of their accounts. What is our next step of course of step for us to know that we know we're dealing with someone who can just wake up and say, yeah. If the parliament goes ahead and actually approves the same draft, we going to the streets tomorrow, and then the same buffoon can go ahead and say, hey, I want the KDF back on the streets, regardless of what the High Court said. If there's any legal brains that can actually open up my eyes on that, I'll be so well delighted. And I will always thank you guys for what you have done. We are together. Let's fight this for our next generations because it's been too much. If anyone doesn't know why there was killings in Githurai, it's because of this issue of parliament, which is still a dilemma. It's still in limbo. Can the mace be replaced? Is it legal? Is it something that can actually be replaced, or does it have to be the exact one? I think that's my submission, and I thank you for everything.
Thank you, KD. Does anybody have the answer for KD's question about the maze? I'll note it down and I'll note down the question, and then tomorrow, either on the next space, we could have somebody answer it. I don't have the
What did
answer.
he ask?
He asked if the maze can be replaced and what happens if they don't find it, or it has to be that exact one.
The oh, the maybe a lawyer can help us. I thought you were talking about maize mahindi or many maize ya parliament. Okay.
I don't know, but guys was saying, somebody said that the mace was never actually taken away from parliament, that they just used that as an excuse for the massacre in Githurai. But I don't know.
It was taken.
Sijui.
You didn't see it outside. It
It
was
was
taken.
taken.
Actually,
It's all over. It's all over
actually,
social media. It's
my mom
everywhere.
called me and told me for the first time since she was born 60 years ago, since independence, she has never seen anything like that.
Those guys are my heroes, Banawa. So let's have I think Braishi, you've been waiting
for hours on end. Is it possible I just give my
Go
piece
ahead.
of
Go
yeah?
ahead.
Yeah,
Go
because
ahead.
for some reason I kept falling off, and I'm sorry about that. So hello everybody. I'm Mokami, and yeah, I am a bit exhausted. I've been waiting online for hours, but I needed to have my voice heard. This is the first time I'm speaking in a public forum, and I'm not someone who really speaks up. But I needed to have my voice heard, and do is if we can introspect, we can look at ourselves first with regards to corruption, because in essence, each and every one of us is corrupt. It's only that we've normalized corruption so much that things we assume they are okay. Patia uncle yako CV, nimepatia uncle yangu CV, unajua mtu Nyayo House, unajua mtu NTSA. That in itself is corruption. So unless we introspect and find it within ourselves to call ourselves out, as being corrupt, then we will not be able to look at the bigger picture. So the first thing would be, we first look at ourselves. What things do I do that I have normalized to be normal, but they are corrupt in themselves? And then you start getting angry. Getting angry that you've made corruption so common, so normal, that you assume things are supposed to get angry at us being enablers of corruption. We get angry that people have died because of this corruption that we have enabled. And once you get angry enough, now redirect that anger to our leaders, because we are the ones that put them there. For the most part, nobody will say they don't know who Ruto is or who Ruto was, because if we remember what happened in the Kiambaa church, if we remembered that, we would not have elected that man. But the fact is, we've normalized corruption, we've normalized wickedness easily. And that's why people were murdered on Tuesday, but on Wednesday, the president went to give a stupid speech and people forgot. They forgot because we've made it so normal, so normal. And this is why every single one of us should introspect. Na ujiangalie useme, by the way, hata mimi mwenyewe ninakuanga niko corrupt. So before I go and tell this person, stop being corrupt, can I stop it by niache yangu kwanza? If somebody tells me kuja nitakusai, unaambia hapana, no. Because if we don't root it out from the root of it, from ourselves, then we become corruptible so easily. That is why we elect leaders who are well-meaning, but once they get into office, they are easily corrupted. Why? Because we made it so normal. Why do these leaders ask for such huge salaries? Most of them, their argument is, mimi watu wangu watakuja waniambie nilipie school fees, nifanyie hii. So mkinipatia 100k, how will I be helping my people? But this person is not there to help his people. He's there to serve. So the same way we demand professionals in the hospitals, lawyers. If you have a case, you killed someone and you go to court and you're given a lawyer, utaenda uchague lawyer mwenye hata haja graduate. Unajua anaitwa nani huyu, Brian Mwenda or something. That one utachagua huyo, utachagua the most qualified lawyer. if you go to a hospital, your child needs an operation, a life-saving operation. Uambue huyu, by the way, anajua kuongea sana. Ni surgeon na ana qualification mzuri lakini anajua kuongea sana. You'll not choose that one who knows how to talk. You'll ask for the most qualified surgeon because lives are at stake. So why then is it that we allow corruption when we are electing our leaders? Yeah? That is why an MP who is illiterate will be elected. Why? Kwa sababu kila mtu anajiangalia, anasema huyu akienda pale juu atapatia mtoto wangu kazi, atatupatia, hatupatii. If we employ him for the work that he's supposed to, we are not looking at what he's doing for us. It's him doing his job. When he akifanya kazi yake, then it means everybody is taken care of. But because we are selfish, we are corrupt, tunaweka mtu hapo because tulifikiria atafanya. Like for example, I'll give an example right now. Kimuzi, Osamo, Lee, you're doing a very good job by opening up spaces for people to speak. So if people started saying, we want to elect Kimuzi as the minister for housing or something because he's very vocal, yeah, tunataka akuwe leader wetu. Have we first asked him what are your qualifications? Tunatafuta leader. Leader mwenye atatuarticulatea the law. Have we asked him, are you a lawyer? Are you a qualified lawyer? But because of corruption, because it's inherent in us, we just want somebody there kwa sababu tumemwona na tunafikiria, since I know Kimuzi, if I call him and tell him my daughter needs a job, he's going to give that person a job. So first of all, let's root out corruption from within ourselves. Then we call out the other people because that's the only way to move forward. The second thing I would say is I'm a bit sleepy. So about the leadership. I don't know how it would work, but for me it would be to suggest that we have professional forums for the different ministries of sorts. For example, if it is doing the constitution or translating the constitution or coming up with new laws, let's have a panel or a forum of lawyers, the most qualified lawyers, yeah, to run with that. If it is agriculture, we have a forum of people who can speak to that and come up with a document that is going to inform everybody that is involved, who is the country. So the forums take care of the different facets, but they should be by professionals. I'll give an example of the LSK. Right now, a leader, but she's leading a team of professionals. They come together, they are able to articulate themselves.
We lost you, Mokami.
She went off. Yeah, we can hear you. Continue.
So where did I go off from?
Faith is a leader.
Yeah,
she's leading.
like, I mean, she's leading a team. She's not like, they won't come to her and say, you are the leader of this movement, but the have another team of, say, doctors who will go through the health laws and as it pertains to us and its spending. They'll be able to tell us, see, we have 100 hospitals. These 100 hospitals need 1, 2, 3. So if we budget for 1, 2, 3, then ile ya juu. So if you tell me to go and formulate a document, I can talk a lot about economics, but I don't know how to run a country. I'm not educated enough in matters economics to give my opinion. Yeah. And that is the problem. Most of these leaders are they leaders? Those people in parliament, those who are voting yes and no, most of them do not even understand whatever it is was in that was in that bill. Even that
Faith, I mean,
you hear me now?
yeah.
Yeah, so these people, they do not understand because we put them there, but they are not the right people for those dockets. Yeah, the same way I saw someone being grilled by Sifuna, and his ministry had people who position. So for us, it would be, because we don't have leaders, can we have like panels or forums to first of all formulate the way forward, the different dockets? If it's Ministry of Health, a forum that provides the way forward in terms of health. Here is where we are in terms of health, because to be honest, if you tell Kenyans to decide for themselves, or this movement, everybody to give a voice, we give a voice to something we don't understand because we don't know. For example, I don't know the law. I'm not a lawyer. If you tell me to misleading people, yeah, but if we have a forum of lawyers to go through that and try and tell us this is where the law is, this is where it has put us, and we are moving in this direction. So if we need to move in this direction, you need to rectify 1, 2, 3, 4 things. Then the agricultural department, they can say, kwa sababu ya hii maneno ya fertilizer, we don't have food security. So these are the steps we need to take. So that's a forum of experts, and they're able to give us an idea of where we are as a country in reality, and where we need to move, and how is they are leaders, but they are not leaders. I mean, they are leading us in a clear direction because they know what they are talking about. They know their business.
We've lost you again. Mukami?
Sorry, so that would be my suggestion in terms of finding leadership and moving forward. And the other thing, is 2 or 3 steps ahead of us, and is plotting things that we don't know. So unless we are getting intelligence from some people inside there, and his inside people don't know who to even communicate the information to, that means that we are So what is our strength? Our strength is in information. Our strength is in disseminating information. So can we harness this strength? Can we appeal to, I don't know, Nigerians on Twitter, South Africans on Twitter, all these people that we've had Twitter wars with, yeah? Right now, they want to be on our side because we are fighting the same war, yeah? And if we can harness that,
Mukami?
I'm dropping again. Sorry.
Yeah,
Can you hear
yeah,
me?
go
Sorry.
ahead.
And information and dissemination of information. So if we can harness that, I think that would be the only way, because at this point we are relying too much on the rule of law, which has been suspended. everything, because we are saying we want him to reconstitute the IEBC. You think he's gonna do that for us when he knows that we are going to be kicking him out? I don't think he's going to do that. So if we harness our Nai, right? So we have always dealt with them in a very condescending manner. As much as they are very violent towards us, we know there are people that, for the most part, have inferiority complex. So what happens when they have just a slight provocation? They want to exert power. Yeah. So first thing, we want to communicate to them that we are fighting na unaishi kwa geometrical set, that sets him off. Even if he wanted to be friendly with you, sets him off. So can we communicate to, like, the flyers that were being passed around, right? Can we now highlight all the evils, all the bad things that yeah, so I'm saying, if it is communicating to them, can we stop being condescending to them as much as that they have meted a lot of unwarranted evil and they've beat us down, they've killed us. If we stop being condescending and just try and tell them in a clear way, if it's those posters telling them, like, this is what the president did, some of them were left to die. They could have received help, but a senior officer's daughter was somewhere in a helicopter